Good morning. What is up? Welcome to Truth and Transparency. Idaho4, we got a marathon. Look at all this. What is this? Well, let's take a look. Okay. In order, based on over here, timestamp and date. So whatever date of the report, it put this in order. So this includes all of the MPD reports, Idaho State Police reports. So the first time that Idaho State Police, the furthest that any report goes back for them is on 11/12 of 2022. And it tells you what it was. Oopsies. So later on in the investigation, they wanted to start taking back when Brian Koberger left Pennsylvania. He got a new phone. Okay. So if you go and you look at MPD Supplemental Report 172, the date associated with that report is in June of 2022. That's the furthest back of any report that's dated. That's what this shit is. So I've been having some fun playing with this. Okay. Let's take a look at so for reports that have the date 11/12, they are talking about that Saturday, anything that has to do with that Saturday going into then Sunday early morning hours. So those would be reports MPD Supplemental Report 265, Supplemental Report 174, Idaho State Police 183. There's going to be hella stuff on obviously 11/13. Supplemental reports for the MPD, like, 1, 2, 3. Look at all that. And it puts it in order based on the timestamps. Supplemental report 7. So it goes, I think, all the way through 1 through 7. Then supplemental report 125. And that's when you get to see, oh, wait, all these dudes waited to put in their stuff. Like the pains of the world. Like, look at how far supplemental report 282 has stuff related to 11/13. Now, if your report said something along the lines of in the narrative on 11/13, so in a way, I'm trying to see if that can be taken out because it's kind of misleading with that, but I think for the most part, it's not. Anyways, so basically, if I wanted to know something on a certain date, I would just come here, look at what date I'm looking at, and then it'll tell me all the reports associated with that date. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah's over here just the working bee. Anyways, so it's kind of interesting when you compare when you want to ask somebody a question. It's like, okay, you didn't make a report in this case for how many months until you wrote your first report. So we have a marathon here, and I want to start off with the fact that you guys, look what I got in the mail. Look at what Amazon sent me. I'm going to use Hector here. Look at this. Just when you thought life couldn't get crazier. Before it could be taken down. I snatched up a copy of this true crime biography of Brian Christopher Kohlberger and the Moscow murders that stunned the nation. Now, one would say to themselves, I thought this was a fake book. I thought, dude, I wanted to snatch it up though. I don't care if it's fucking fake, whatever. I wanted to have proof of this. I wanted to see what was inside of it. Um, and who the fuck is Melissa J. Kohlberger? Who is that? Um, and so I sent out she's got the fastest snatch ever. Ain't that the truth? So I said, I can't believe that I got a copy of this book because literally, if anybody else bought it and was able to snatch up this, how's the grammar? Yeah, it's really interesting. If anybody else, I think AI did this book. I think this is an AI original. But last night I read the first, I don't know, I want to say maybe 30 pages. I already wrote Amazon and said I'll be returning it. And then I said to myself, I may just want to hang on to it, may make it part of my documentary to just show how the lengths that people have gone and to find out who is Melissa J. Kohlberger. Because somebody took the time to like truly put this up on Amazon. So I've been patiently waiting for it, and it came yesterday. When you open it up, all it says is all rights reserved 2025. The scanning, uploading, and dissemination of this work online or by any other means without the author's written consent is prohibited and unlawful, unless allowed by the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976. Please do not engage in or promote the electronic piracy of protected content. Instead, only buy authorized paperback and electronic versions. The purpose of this publication is to offer knowledgeable and trustworthy information on the topics discussed. Oh, trustworthy information and knowledgeable information. It was made in the United States. It's made in Las Vegas, Nevada. And I said, oh my God, probably Lauren Matthias wrote it. If you know, you know. It's not made in China. And it's 117 pages. But I got myself a copy of it. And I got it in hardback too. I didn't go cheap and get it in. You know, I thought it was a first edition. So I was like, I got to get it in hardback. I got a hard copy here. Nobody likes a softback. Let me just read a little section from you for you. He had no criminal record, no history of violence, no public outbursts. Yet those who crossed his path often left unsure. Yet those who crossed his path often left unsure of what they just experienced. What kind of 3 sentences are those? He had no criminal record, no history of violence, no public outbursts. Yet those who crossed his path often left unsure of what they just experienced. A conversation with him felt like walking into a room without walls. There was nothing to hold on to, no place to rest. He wasn't angry. He wasn't friendly. He was just separate. By the time 2022 arrived, Brian was nearing the edge of his academic program's first major checkpoint. He was expected to focus his research, prepare for further teaching responsibilities, and begin forming the backbone of his dissertation. But the silence around him was growing louder. His mental solitude had become less of a choice and more of a condition. He didn't talk about it. He didn't ask for help. He just continued, step by step, in the same direction with the same questions, but fewer answers. In this space between academic achievement and emotional vacancy, Brian Christopher Kohlberger existed. And though he remained unseen in the eyes of most, the pieces of something unspoken were quietly falling into place. Excuse me? Now, if you guys would like me to read you this book, okay, I will. I will, but I think I have to read it. If like I'm gonna have to get fucking tipsy because Tina wants to come out. Let me give you another little piece of this delicate written work here. Why this biography matters. Writing a biography about someone accused of such a severe crime is not a task to be taken lightly. That's why I went with AI. This book is not intended to glorify, excuse, or sensationalize the subject. Instead, it serves a critical purpose to inform, to contextualize, and to prompt reflection. In an age where stories spread quickly, almost like legs on a Friday night, and facts often take a backseat to speculation, there is immense value in slowing down to examine the truth. I added in that spreading like legs like a Friday night, but Brian Christopher Kohlberger's life is not just important because of what he has been accused of. It is important because it reveals something about the world we live in and how people are shaped by their environments, how warning signs can be missed, and how academic knowledge does not always translate into ethical behavior. This biography also matters for the victims. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. If the parents were to hear that, when I just took a big gulp of water last night, I was like, oh my God, if I was a parent reading this. This biography also matters for the victims and their families. Their stories deserve to be told alongside the broader context of the case. By understanding who Kohlberger is and how he reached this point, we gain a clearer picture of the entire narrative. That understanding may not bring closure, but it contributes to a more honest and complete conversation. Furthermore, this book may be of value to those in related fields: criminology, psychology, education, and law enforcement. By chronicling, is that even a word? By chronicling, yes, it is a word, Kohlberger's academic path, it's a very difficult word to say though when you're reading it, personal behavior, and alleged actions, the story becomes a case study in contrast. Alleged actions. It's like that they wrote this book before he said, I'm guilty of killing 4 people. It forces readers to question assumptions about knowledge, morality, and mental health. The biography is also a reminder of the limits of perception. This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. Excuse me? I don't think that this case is a reminder of the limits of perception. Those who knew Kohlberger have described him in vastly different ways. Some found him awkward but intelligent, others unsettling or distant. Rarely did anyone predict he could be capable of such accusations. Well, I don't think anybody thinks it of anybody. This disconnect highlights the importance of looking deeper, of recognizing the complexities of human behavior. Finally, This book matters because the case itself continues to develop. As new facts come to light and the legal process unfolds, the story of Brian Christopher Kohberger will remain a point of natural interest for decades. By laying a foundation of carefully researched information and thoughtful narrative, this biography aims to offer something lasting and valuable, a serious, grounded account of one of the most talked about cases in recent history. What do you guys think? There it is. The true crime biography of Brian Christopher Kohberger and the Moscow murders that stunned the nation. You can't buy this. This is unbuyable. I think I got the only book. They took my money. What happens? There we go. Here you go. This is the back. What happens when a criminology student becomes the center of a national manhunt? I think we could probably take down. She's got the fastest snatch ever. In a quiet Idaho college town, 4 promising students were murdered in a brutal attack that stunned the nation. For weeks, fear and speculation ran wild until an unexpected suspect emerged. Brian Christopher Kohberger, a reserved PhD student with a deep interest in criminal psychology. And then it finishes with this. Oh. Well, let's take what? Let's do a compare and contrast, shall we? Let's see. My mom visited the other day, and she's like, she sees my book collection, and I just have this out laying out, you know. And she's like, oh, James Patterson did a book? I said, get off my first edition. Go buy your own. James Patterson's book. $437 pages. That's the back of this book. Oh, I could back up. So I don't. So he just puts his own little blurb, you know, on the back, and then says from the Idaho4, and then this is the back of this book. What happens when a criminology student becomes the center of a national manhunt? So that's, you know, I'm 100% writing a book. I'm 1,000,000% writing a book. If this girl, Melissa J. Kohberger, okay, can write a book, whoever she is, Melissa J. Kohberger. If Melissa J. Kohberger can write a book, I can fucking write a book. Okay? And my book is going to be from Tina from WTF Services. So make sure you guys check it out. I'll be posting it on Amazon. But it'll be under the name Tina WTF Services. I believe that it is a Melissa J. Kohberger, and I don't believe that his sister has a J for her middle name. How much did they? I paid $25 for this book. I think I paid just as much for this book that I paid for this book, for the James Patterson book. I can't remember. I don't know. I enjoy reading, so I was like, oh God, I gotta snatch this up. Even if it was fake, phony, whatever, it's going as part of, like, I'm I'm making a documentary. So I want to show the lengths that people have gone to get a piece of whatever the pie that they think that they're getting. But I sent this to Ann Taylor and I said, can you confirm or deny that Melissa J. Culver is the author of this book? I just want to know if I if you know anything about it. Confirm or deny. So I am taking what do you guys think I should name the book? I think I should name it like Reflections from a True Crime Sleuth, the Idaho4. Lana, what did you think of James Patterson's book? I think his book gets the stuff that it gets wrong. It's because his sources from law enforcement or the Moscow Police Department, and they are not smart. And they were limited in what they knew. And so, but I do 100% like, first of all, I got reamed out. I had to buy 2 of them because I marked in my first edition. And so I had to buy another first edition book. Bella, the bookworm, was like, are you really writing all over that? You know it's a first edition, right? I said, first what? First edition? Yeah, Leanna, you don't mark all up in first editions. I said, well, it looks like I'm going to get another first edition. So this is the first edition. You guys are in for a marathon today. Mary wants me to call the book You Can Lick My Tits. Well, Mary, I think people are going to be really confused about what we're talking about. So here you can see it's a first edition. First edition. Bella's book collection's off the chain. She's got a ton of stuff from Marilyn Monroe. Copyright 2025, first edition, July of 2025. So she's like, I can't believe that you wrote all up in your first edition. I said, that's what makes it special. I bet you I could sell this puppy one day and all my notes in it. When he says that he had, I think James Patterson said that he interviewed something like, now they interviewed more than 300 people for this book. I believe it, but just because they interviewed 300 people, it's like anything. If you interviewed me and you asked me about like my friend, I can only tell you what my friend told me, right? And if my friend lied to me about anything, then I'm like, I'm lying, but I'm not lying. That's what they told me. So I don't know. Oh, Kim, I like that one. Call it If I Didn't Do It, the sequel. I like this actually. You know what? It's not a bad idea. The Moscow Boomerang wouldn't be bad either. But I like this. It would catch a lot of that's very interesting. If I didn't do it. I do like it. Lana, is the Patterson book worth buying? I think so. I think it's worth buying. I think anything where you can get information, I think there's information to get out of it. And then you can kind of know where, based on what people are saying in this, you can see, okay, what's your source for that? Like, and the Moscow Police Department's putting off a narrative. Idaho State Police putting out a narrative, you know? And so you can kind of get that. But it also shows you that there was a leak way early on in the case. So to sit here and say that the defense was the leak, you know, just put it on your bookshelf. OJ's If I Didn't Do It. Yes. You could write it in third person. Oh, there you go. I like this. Nothing ever happens in Moscow. There you go. And I could put, you know, Yeah, I like that one too. Anybody else? Names of book. The name of the book. Um, mm, basically at 4 a.m. Yeah. I like Nothing Ever Happens in Moscow. Clad in Black. Pretty much at 4 a.m. I thought it was fake. What's fake? Oh, so this book, this book, it's definitely. I mean, when you want to say fake, it's definitely a real book. There's words here. It's definitely real. I'm holding it. I'm opening it and reading it. Despite the growing evidence, the legal process remained measured. Brian's defense team began to challenge the strength of the case, raising questions about the validity of forensic genealogy, the handling of digital evidence, and the interpretation of surveillance footage. The courtroom became a battleground between facts and their interpretation. Each motion filed added more weight to the complexity of the case. The community of Moscow, still grieving, looked to the courts for answers. Families of the victims sat through each hearing with strength, with quiet strength, rather. Outside, supporters gathered with candles, photographs, and handwritten messages. Excuse me? Candles? Inside the machinery of the justice, what? Inside the machinery of justice turned slowly, deliberately. Brian's demeanor never wavered. Each time he appeared in court, he stood with the same stiff posture, eyes forward, hands still. The man who once studied crime was now facing the full force of its consequences. As pretrial hearings continued, new warrants were executed. More digital evidence was collected. Each appearance in court revealed something new, adding to the public's understanding of how the case was unfolding, but leaving many questions unanswered. What was the motive? Why those victims? Why that night? The legal process was designed to unfold slowly, built on procedure and timing. The prosecution worked to assemble a case that could withstand scrutiny. The defense aimed to dismantle it piece by piece, and the man at the center of it all remained mostly silent, his past now the subject of intense examination, his future hanging in the balance. I wanted to read to see if this person knew anything. It's like, okay, like chapter 2 is his education. Like this is a good chapter for us to read together. Okay. I like the title 9 Hours Later. Okay. I like the title nothing bad ever happens in Moscow. I like 4 a.m. Yeah. But I want to read this chapter 2. It's education is the title of the chapter. Okay. In the quiet town of Effort, Pennsylvania, Brian Christopher Kohlberger entered high school carrying more questions than confidence. Pleasant Valley High School stood as the next natural step, a place where most local teens went through the familiar rites of adolescent friendships, sports, exams, and dreams, just starting to take shape. But for Brian, high school was never just about passing classes or preparing for college. It was a daily test of identity, a place where he both sought to belong and kept himself apart. He walked the school hallways with a stiff kind of purpose. He wasn't one for large groups or easy conversation. Teachers saw promise in him, though not in the loud, standout way that others might be praised. He excelled in certain subjects, particularly those that asked him to analyze, not just memorize. Science and history caught his attention, But his sharpest focus fell on the study of people. What made someone act? What led one person to make choices that others wouldn't dare consider? Even in his teenage years, these questions shaped how he viewed the world. Brian's social life, however, remained difficult. He didn't slide easily into peer circles or DMs. I added that part. And he often stood on the edge of group dynamics rather than inside them. I could have added another thing right there, but I'm going to refrain. Sometimes he would just try to join in, and other times he pulled away before anyone could ask him to join in. His weight fluctuated during those years, and with that came insecurities. He began a strict routine of dieting and exercise that turned into an obsession. He spoke of his weight loss as an achievement, something that gave him control when everything else felt uncertain. Yet the attention it brought didn't satisfy him. It only made him more aware of how uncomfortable he felt in his own skin. High school peers recall him being intelligent, but difficult to read. He could come across as overly serious. Jokes sometimes missed their mark, and he had a tendency to dwell on conversations long after they'd ended. There was a sense that Brian viewed life through a slightly different lens. While others worried about prom or homecoming, Brian asked harder questions in class. What a sentence. He wanted to discuss the psychology of historical figures, the structure of the justice system, the logic behind moral codes. This wasn't showmanship. He seemed to genuinely seek understanding. Despite his challenges, he graduated. By the time he received his diploma from Pleasant Valley in 2013, he had already set his sights on what came next: higher education. Higher education for Brian was not just a path to a job. It was a sanctuary, a place where he could dive deeper into the questions that kept his mind occupied long after others had moved on. He enrolled in at Northampton Community College, because that's where all of my questions would have been answered. A public college that offered a space for students still shaping their paths. Cheap. Brian chose to major in psychology. Does everybody understand that when you pick the major psychology, you know you have to go on from that? Like, you don't go and just get a major in psychology. Like, you're going to do way more schooling if you plan on doing truly anything with that degree. One of my roommates was a psychology major. You know, she's one hell of a soccer player. After that, she's like, oh, what the fuck am I going to go do now? She went into nursing school. She's a rock star. I'll never forget this. Cincinnati played, they went to the Sweet 16, they won, and they went to the Elite 8, and they had to play Notre Dame. And so I'm like, oh, hell yeah, we're making a road trip to Notre Dame. Like, I rounded up friends. I'm like, we're going to go party and go to the game and blah, blah. Well, this roommate, she comes home and she's like, there was just a huge fight in the locker room, like our own locker room. And she's like, you guys, I don't throw water, I throw punches. Because like people started like throwing water around, and she's like screaming, and I was like, I'll never forget that. You guys, I don't throw water, I throw punches. And I'm like, yeah, and I would not want to be behind one of those. Woo! Anyways, they beat Notre Dame, and then we lost to North Carolina. We beat Notre Dame in Notre Dame, though. And then we lost to North Carolina, which had like all the women that you see on the USA team. Yeah, they were on that team. Yeah. So anyways, the coursework allowed for him to finally engage in structured conversations about human complexity. Here, he wasn't odd for asking difficult questions. He was a student doing exactly what students were meant to do. He earned his associate degree in psychology in 2018. Wait, what? What took him so long? An associate? Didn't he Pleasant Valley in 2013? Didn't get his associate until 2018. What was he doing? Those years gave him a stronger sense of direction. Was this when he was in rehab? I know in 2014, he stole his sister's phone. Probably rehab. No mention of that, Suge Tits, in here. Those years gave him a strong sense of direction. He was no longer just a kid watching documentaries late at night. He was a student, learning the frameworks and theories behind behavior. He learned about conditioning and abnormal psychology. The more he learned, the more he determined he became. The more he learned, the more determined he became. His professors saw in him a student who cared deeply, perhaps too deeply, about the topics at hand. He didn't take material lightly. He would show up to class with more notes than required, eager to contribute, eager to dig beyond the surface. After Northampton, Brian transferred. It would not be considered transferring if you graduated with an associate's. I would never use the word transferred. He's not part of the portal. After Northampton, Brian transferred to DeSales University, a private Catholic university in Central Valley, Pennsylvania. He should have went to Penn. DeSales. We always played them in basketball. We always whipped that ass. There, he continued studying psychology at the undergraduate level. His performance was solid. His dedication, whole and visible. He graduated in 2020 with a bachelor's in psychology. But he wasn't finished. He enrolled immediately into the university's graduate program, choosing to pursue a master's degree in criminal justice. You know that Cincinnati, where I went, we were the #1 criminal justice program in the country at the time that I went. I think it was just all of us criminals that were taking classes there. All those athletes. No shit, they'll look it up. University of Cincinnati, top criminal justice program in the country. I think right now it's like 3. It was #1 though in 2000. This was just a turning point. Brian's transition from psychology to criminal justice was subtle but meaningful. While psychology offered him insight into individual thought and behavior, criminal justice provided him with the structure to examine law, crime, and the systems that responded to them. His academic lens began to sharpen further. He wasn't just interested in why people commit crimes. He wanted to know how crimes are processed, how justice is applied, and how decisions are made within that framework. He completed his master's degree in 2022 in June. His thesis work reportedly focused on how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making in criminal offenders. He was methodical in his research. He conducted surveys, explored literature, and tried to build a narrative that made sense of choices that often defied common logic. Okay, so let's think about this. If he is a profound researcher, I consider myself a very, very good researcher. If he considers himself to be one hell of a researcher, right? And once the dude, he would have been destroying through his discovery. He would have been asking Ann Taylor to get all of this stuff, right? And so I have a question, which is, Ann Taylor seemed like she was gathering as much information as she could, but was never going through it. Okay. She was literally just going and getting everything she could, gathering all the information. And then we have to go through it all, right? And so that's kind of what I saw as you look at these documents and you see somebody that's getting these reports one by one. And Ann Taylor's like, well, this report makes no sense. There has to be something before this report could ever be written, right? So then, therefore, she's writing up a supplemental request and asking for X, Y, and Z. Okay. And then she's getting more stuff. Brian, okay, I would have, if I was a defendant, I would be interjected in my defense, pretty much how Karen Reed would have been, like the same. And I would have been helpful to say, like, you know, A, I'm claiming my innocence, right? How can I prove a negative? How can I prove that I didn't do something? But see, that's like the wrong mentality, because they're supposed to be able to prove that I did do something, right? But I would be involved and I would want all this information, and I would be seeking out, like, because my thought process, until you like develop and realize that that's probably not the best way to go about it, but everybody's would be like, okay, well, if we can just prove that somebody else did it, then I couldn't have. That's everyone's always like go-to is like, but dude, I didn't do this, and if I can show that this person like either like set me up or truly did it, then they can never think it's me, you know? Until you start realizing that that's just not, that's a normal thought process, but not with law. How many people out there, when you were growing up, did you not like to drink after somebody that like drank from, like, even if it was like an aunt, an uncle, mom, dad, cousin, friend, like if you take a sip from this, it's yours. I'm not, you know, I'm not drinking after you just drank out of this. Okay. When I was growing up, all of a sudden I was just like, you took a sip of this? Mm-mm. Now you just kind of like spit back in there. You think I'm going to drink? Absolutely. It made me sick. Like, bye-bye. I could not drink after somebody drank from my drink. I wasn't the same though about like to grab like a fork or a knife, or like, I only cared about drinking. That's just the only thing that's ever bothered me. Is that I just don't. And then I would be like, oh my God, now I have to put this up to my nose and smell your stinky ass breath. Oh. Mm-mm. No. How about chapstick? Chapstick. Are you kidding me? You want me to use your chapstick? And they're like, well, just take your finger and wait, you want me to do what? No. I'll take a knife and I'll cut off that. I'll just chop off that part of the chapstick, and then I can go to town. But that's like, those like, I could, if you gave me like a knife, I have no problem with a knife, fork, just because you touch it. Like, no. I was always about drinking. Anything like, it just grossed me out. But how are you, like, did you, again, this was back, you know, like middle school, high school. Then you become a mom, right? And then like something like a pacifier falls on the ground. I'm going to take it, put it in my mouth, clean it off, and here you go. Right? I'll take on anything and everything. And then baby gets everything perfectly. Right? When you have a kid, then it's just like, so guess what? God said to me probably a couple weeks ago, Lana, you remember how, so Jax does not, like, you don't understand. You drink something, oh my God, no. He's not drinking that. He doesn't. Mom, did you touch this with your mouth? Nope, sure didn't. Hey, my toothbrush has been moved. Why is it over here? I laid it right here. I need a new toothbrush. I'm like, excuse me. I said, you must have done that. I didn't do that. I'm not in here moving your toothbrush around. He's like, it probably fell in the toilet. I have to have another one. I said, the toilet. I said, okay. But yeah, Guy was like, here you go. Cheers. But I like it. I'm like, he takes pride in his he's a good little nugget. Oh, speaking of which, we won the championship. We won 2 games yesterday. We won the championship soccer. And Jax hit not 1, but 2 penalty kicks. He played goalie at half the time, and half the time he was striker. And he kicked. We went to extra kicks both games. It hasn't happened all year, and both games went to extra kicks, and he nailed them. And I was like, hell yeah! So they got their little medals, and I recorded it. He's like, "Did you get both my kicks?" I was like, "Oh yeah." You want me to make you a video? You want me to make you a video? He's like, "No." I'm like, "Come on, let me make you a mashup. I'll make you like a 30-second highlight reel." He's like, "No, I just want to see it." So, yep, they won their tournament. So they're champs. Anyways, back to Brian Colberger here. We're in for a marathon. Okay, so this chapter says that he, going back to his methodical research, I believe that I want to know how Brian, with all this discovery, how is he going to be able to use time in prison to look at any of this stuff? If it's about coming back through to say, yeah, I just said that I was guilty so that I didn't have to be on death row, and that I could actually participate in my defense because I'm going to appeal. Because you don't have, his conditions are so night and day now. If he would have been doing this all through being on death row versus now he has way more freedoms to be able to. So I'm just curious, what can he get? I say copies of it, but the amount of pages that would be in his cell, Somebody asked me, no, I haven't seen anybody's video. For you and your little nugget. Oh, thank you, $9.99. Appreciate that. Gifted One Truth and Transparency membership. Yeah. Yeah. Kelly, Janet, Kelly, Janet. Sorry. I truly don't have time to watch other things. But send it to my email. That's all I can tell you. And when I'm done reading my Melissa J. Colberger book, I'll get to it. Okay. So, yeah, research. If he's a big researcher, I would think that he would be all about wanting to look like every single piece of paper that came through on that discovery he wants to go through. And so when he was in, they never actually tried to get him out. They never said, hey, we need to have Brian accessible. We want a bail hearing. Okay. I expected maybe that would have come after. I was expecting that to come at some point, and maybe it was just. These are all questions that I have for Ann Taylor and her team, if they ever answer questions. Or maybe it could be something that I write in the questions and that they answered them through just like a, I'll sign an NDA and never talk about it. That's my personal questions. Because I think there's a way that Ann Taylor could talk and still not give up client attorney privilege. And that would be things like just explaining the process so that people could better understand the people that don't get it. Every decision you make, there's going to be different ways you can do something. And at the end of the day, you have to pick a path. You have to pick, okay, we're going to do this because, if they go ahead and this is what the court said, then we can go and do this and this. Like, there's a reason. Ann Taylor wasn't winging it, So I don't know if those are things that she could talk about, but I know that she put people in very strict NDAs. Like when I say very strict NDAs, because that's what this case required. So when people say, hey, how come so-and-so hasn't talked? And how come you guys, Hitler has to release all this stuff. As soon as that leak is over and that investigation is over, then if people don't start talking after that, then you're free to speculate as to why. But right now, I don't feel like anybody could be speculating on that because I'm sitting here telling you that these people can't talk. So Uh, Back over here. In one study, he reportedly asked participants to share details of past crimes, hoping to learn what went through their minds before, during, and after the act. His interest was never casual. He looked for patterns, clues, structures beneath the surface. Peers and professionals noted that Brian could be intense, but never disrespectful. Never disrespectful. You know, every time that we have seen him, so let's think about it. We've seen him on 2 pullovers. We've seen him every time that we have a court appearance, right? His 2 pullovers in Idaho, then his 3rd in Washington, right? And then we got to see him in Costco even. Trying to think what other videos that they've put out where it's, well, there's the DMV video that's coming out. And there's not been a single video that has come out where he's been rude or disrespectful, whatever language you want to use. To me, in all the videos, he looks I guess the best word I could say is nerdy. Like, if I was a police officer approaching his door and walking away like that, he's a nerd. And that's not like a bad thing. We're like Enon getting pulled over and his interaction with that female officer, the body cam we put out. I was like, dude, he is just so fucking out there, silly, like just a total like his long flowing locks, a hippie. You want to come pet my cat? Are you kidding me? Like what? The what? You want to come pet my cat? Remember that? And then we see him being approached by Gunderson just this past recent one. And he had like kind of like a tood with, I feel like, Gunderson, right? Because he's dealt with the cops so before with like drugs and stuff, right? I don't know. But neither person, let's just say this, neither person from any of the experiences, Enon or Brian, is anybody going to sit here and say that one person over the other, you could say, yeah, that person would go and kill 4 people over that person. Right? I mean, he showed a desire to grasp the inner workings of criminality in a way that sometimes made others uncomfortable. But it was all academic, at least. That was the assumption. So I think back to my criminal justice classes, and I never thought ever anybody that was asking questions and wanting to like, I never was like, God, what a creep, or why the fuck are they asking this? It's almost like if they didn't ask it, it's like, are you even engaging in your like what you're doing? But I never, ever was like in my classes and like looking around and being like, okay, dude, what the fuck? You're going to be a killer one day. Never. It was interesting. You took up field if you were truly, depending on what you were going to do with it. If you were, in fact, there was people that I felt took criminal justice, and then they're talking about they want to become a cop. I'm like, why wouldn't you just go into the academy? You don't need criminal justice to go. Like, they were just on power trips, like little meatheads, but they were always so short, so short. like 5'5", 5'6", like little pricks, you know? And I'm like, oh, you want to go be a cop? Well, I was like, you don't need to do criminal justice. You know that you can just go into the academy. You're wasting your money. That's what I would tell them. I was like, wow, you're wasting your parents' money. You don't need any of this to be a cop. Yeah, but I'm partying. I'm going to college. Oh, so you want the college experience and then okay. But you already know what you want to be. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I want to get laid. I'm like, yeah. Hmm. He looked for patterns, clues, structures beneath the surface. Peers and professors noted that Brian could be intense, but never disrespectful. He asked probing questions. He didn't like easy answers. He showed it as so. If can you imagine breaking up with Brian? Hey man, it's not you, it's me. What? What do you mean it's you? What's wrong with you? Can you imagine? Yeah, it's me. Well, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Okay, dude, I just don't like you. Why? What's wrong? What's wrong with me? What'd I do? But I didn't do anything to you. I was always so nice to you. I brought flowers every time. Can you just tell me what you didn't like? What I didn't do right? Oh boy. He spoke with authority on legal procedure, ethics in investigation, and the psychology of serial offenders. At times, his enthusiasm bordered on fixation, but in an academic setting, it didn't raise alarms. He applied next to Washington State University's doctoral program in criminology. And see, now this is where I bring in my question is with his family. Okay. Brian has never left Pennsylvania. He commuted. Okay. Um, he never went away and like stayed anywhere. So he's going off at 28 for the first time and he's going across the country. So I always wanted to know what other universities he applied to. So when he applied next to Washington State University, if I was his family, um, what I'm starting to see is when I'm reading these documents that Brian's family never had. I don't know if they didn't have him tested. I don't know if they did have him tested, and they're just not a family that believes in, taking any type of medication. But I think he said, I think it said from the reports that I've been reading is that he didn't start taking any type of that he was just diagnosed in 2025 with all of that stuff. Okay. So, um, don't you think that is that not interesting to people? So when I was watching the Ed Gein stuff in the mother fixation, Bella's all about serial killers. She wants to watch this Gacy crap, and I'm just like, I'm not a serial. She, that's her boat. It's her wheelhouse. But this whole like mother son relationships with people that are serial killers. Um, it's almost like when he went away to school, his mom went through a depression based on the reports. If it is truly her and she's writing in those Reddit groups, whatever, the online posting that she did. I'm sorry, but I think that some of that's kind of weird. Like, I would think something is off, something is wrong if my son goes to college and my son is calling me and being on the phone with me for 3 hours daily. I would think that they're homesick. I would ask them if they need to come home. Like, what's going on? Why are we talking every morning from 6 till 9? Why are you up at 6 if you went to bed at 4? Why are you up? You know what I mean? Like, are you? I wouldn't be enabled. I would just like to know more of their dynamics. I would like to know more of the father's, okay, why didn't the mother go out and travel back with Brian? Why did the father go? The father doesn't even show up to the sentencing, right? The mom and the sister. The father goes out and comes back. But why didn't the mom? I don't know, wish maybe she's working and she couldn't and he could. Also, don't you want to know more about that? When did when was truly that plane ticket bought? But more important than buying when it was bought is when was the decision made to do that? Does Brian have a fear of flying? Why wouldn't Brian just fly home? Now, if I thought somebody was trying to frame me for murder and I had a white Elantra, right? I'm like, if I leave my car back here, I don't know what they're going to plant on my car. So I need to be with my car. I don't know. But why wouldn't he fly? I'm not making that drive, only to then turn around and drive back. And I'm going to drive, be home for 3 weeks, and then drive back. I would want nothing to do with that. But everybody's different. If he loves to drive, but if he drove out there and nobody drove with him, then why does his dad need to drive, back? What was the purpose of it? And then when I saw that the state didn't have Brian Kober's parents on the witness list and it was only his sister, wouldn't those be questions if you were trying to plant that seed that you'd be calling the dad to the witness stand to ask, was it always planned to go out there and drive back with him? But now knowing that we have the witness list and the state was not calling Brian's dad as a witness, nor his mom, like they were not on the state's witness list. Just the sister. Did they think that did she have personal knowledge of that could be, right? Think about it. I think people should be questioning why the state didn't have Brian Kober's dad or mom on the witness list. I think that that's so ridiculously interesting. Like crazy style. That tells me that there would be nothing weird about that. That trip, that it was planned, that it was always going to happen that way. And so therefore asking about that is only going to bolster the defense. Because if that wasn't planned and that happened on a last second, on a last second decision, I'm now going to do that. If you're the prosecutor, you're not bringing that up. Of course you're bringing that up. If I was prosecuting Brian Kober and his dad, after we put out the bolo, and his dad's like, what the hell's going on? Oh my God. Because the sister brought up to the dad or something like that. And the dad's like, okay, I'll fly out there and I'll drive back with him. If the sister was like, hey dad, Brian has a Elantra and they're looking out for a white Elantra. They did say 2011, 2013. His is a little older. What the heck's going on out there? I don't know. Maybe you should fly out there and drive back with him. So that tells me that the state, whatever they were able to dig up information, they could not potentially use in any type of way, any part of that, decision to go out there, the trip to come back. None of it was, there's no fruits there. So it makes sense? There's no fruits. That would tell me that all the stuff that we've been hearing about that is truly questionable. Otherwise, as a prosecutor, you'd be bringing that up. You would be using everything that you possibly could to show that consciousness of guilt from Brian. The potentially consciousness of guilt that you're thinking in your own heads as the parents of him. Look what the hell's going on. So think about that. I was like, you know what? They only put on the one daughter, which is his sister, on their potential witness list. And right now it's just an assumption that it has something to do with the purchase of the sheath and knife. Lana, can someone be on both sides of the case? Yeah, you can be called both ways. But the state had to release their witness list first, okay? And if you noticed, this is why you call it amazing work here. So the state releases their witness list first, and on their witness list, it comes out their lay witness list, which is lay meaning not expert witnesses. If the state says we would like to be able to call anybody that the defense puts on their witness list, and they write that in. Also, we reserve the right to add witnesses for the purposes of like impeachment or rebuttal. Okay, great. But out of caution, what you are supposed to do is if you don't put them down on your witness list, then let's say that then the defense puts out their list, and that's why I think the defense doesn't have on their list Brian's mom, dad, or sisters, because the state saying we reserve the right to call anybody that the defense has on their witness list. Well, they're not on their witness list. So now how are you going to be able to now say you're going to be calling Brian's dad to the stand if you're the state? You didn't disclose that, right? You have everything has time periods. And if you don't get that disclosure out, what's supposed to happen is you're not supposed to be able to call them. Okay. And so to answer Mary's question is hopefully that answered it. But when Brian's team came back and entered their witness list, it didn't have them on there. So no, you're not going to be able to say that we're going to call so-and-so. Also, remember, you're going to have to lay foundation with everybody. So I know that Ann Taylor was going to be objecting to like everything because there is no foundation for some of this stuff. If you guys think for a second that, let's see, I think there is no way. How is the thumb selfie relevant to the case? How would you argue that? So if you think that you're going to, let's look at these exhibits. This is what the state provided and said, here's a list of our exhibits. You know, all of those pictures that came out, all those selfies, if you go through and you look at all the photographs, you're going to come to S1-723. This is what you're going to come to. It's going to be State's Exhibit 1-723, and it's a Cellbrite selfie. There's one of them, okay? Ann Taylor is going to object to that. There's no relevance. And they're going to say, what are you going to go here? And like she said, you're going to try to bolster Dylan's eyewitness statement to say that somebody had bushy eyebrows, and then you're going to use that picture to try to say, yep, that bolsters that. And Ann Taylor's over here trying. That's why she wanted and was saying that you're not Like Dylan shouldn't even be able to testify to she shouldn't even be able to use the words bushy eyebrows to describe somebody because she went through this. It's unreliable. First of all, she says like that doesn't come about until way later in her little breakdowns, and it was more or less like at first she couldn't describe anything. She's never said that, and then it starts developing. Because you can only offer up evidence that is probative, and so the reasoning. Now, what would be probative, in my opinion, is because I think it's subjective, it's objective. Dylan was showed a picture of Brian Culver, and she said she did not recognize him. That's Anne's go-to to be able to fight that. She was offered a picture. She showed a picture. She looked him up herself, and she was expecting for something to pop out. Nor does she even say like, "Oh my God, those eyebrows. Yeah, they're bushy like that." So Anne had her kind of like, if you really want to go this route, then we're going to go down the path of we're going to be able to ask Dylan a lot of things that, you know, is it going to be worth it for the prosecution? For me, what would be probative is if you're going to show that selfie right after it happened, right? Is it's also misleading to the jury. It's also when you're going to testify what time it was, then I'd have to do so much more cross-examination to say who that selfie, who it was just a selfie. It wasn't sent to anybody. How do you know that? You don't know that because you're missing 90% of the stuff. You have no idea if it was sent to somebody because not all the material downloaded. Like it'd be considered confusing the jury. Because if you're going to try to sell it that he's basically putting a thumbs up because he just killed 4 people, right? But you're going to try to get it in by saying, no, it's to show that the bushy eyebrows and that's what Dylan saw. It's like, no, she looked up his picture. She said she did not recognize that person. And she spoke nothing of the bushy eyebrows or the eyebrows, period. In fact, I think the selfie would be more probative that this person was not in a freaking knockdown. Like there's no scratches on him. But that's not the argument from the state. I personally think that the selfie, for the purposes that they want to try to put it in there, they'd be lying. And I think that it should not be admissible because Dylan said that she did not recognize that person. And she said that she made no mentions of the eyebrows. She didn't even say, I don't recognize that person, but the eyebrows, yeah, they're bushy like that. You know what I mean? That's not what she said. And that's also not the picture that she was ever shown. So just think about that in other cases where that somebody used a picture from someone's phone that was of the defendant for an identifying mark, but it was never identified. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've never seen it. It has to be relevant. It has to be relevant to the commission of the crime. That selfie does not. That selfie has nothing to do. That does not prove that he killed 4 people, right? That's the balancing test. So I'm just. But anyways, they have that one picture in there. They don't have all those pictures that were released that Ashley Banfield put out, right? All those pictures from his phone. Remember, I was saying, hey, you guys, all the stuff that they're putting out, this is going to be inadmissible in court. That's why they were putting it out. Same thing with Dateline. Dateline was putting stuff out, and it's like Ann Taylor's over here making it well known that the stuff that's even being put out from 1112 is there's issues with all of that. Like we're fighting the admissibility of it. Where is the chain of custody on this SD card? What's the chain of custody on the SD card? You'd have to go and look through the Moscow Police Department's reports. Let's take a look. Here's a question. If you could pick any piece of evidence that you think is the most damaging besides the sheath, okay, and you would want the jury not to see, what would it be? And for me, if 1112 was inadmissible, that to me is like that's the piece that I would say. Let me back this up and go to Detective Mowry here. Okay. Detective Mowry. All right. Okay. So this is John Rosinski. On 11/14/2022, I learned that a sheath was found inside the apartment. The sheath was tan in color and had a Marine Corps Eagle globe and anchor EGA symbol on the sheath. The words USMC were located under the EGA and the K bar was above the EGA, like the word. I was tasked to follow up with businesses in town to see if that particular knife was sold there. I followed up with Tri-State Outfitters, Big Five Sporting Goods, Moscow Building Supply, Spence Hardware, and Walmart. Each of the above stores does not sell a K-Bar brand knife. Okay. Why then did you guys go and get a search warrant for Walmart? While at Walmart, I was speaking with a staff member. The name on the tag was blank, who was showing me the knives on display. She told me about 2 to 3 weeks ago, a white college-age male asked for a black ski mask that would cover his face. This person was unable to provide me much detail other than he was taller than she was and maybe had tan skin complexion. This worker said she advised the male that they did not have any black ski masks, only camo. This worker said that the male then walked away. Ann Taylor was calling to the stand John Rosinski. What do you think Ann Taylor was going to ask John Rosinski? Did you ask to see, I don't know, cameras? Did you ask to get cameras to see who this person was? Nope. Nope. Okay. So then Ann Taylor had on her list Aaron Morris. Report 9. On 11/14/2022 at approximately 11 o'clock, I responded to 1122 King Road. In regards to follow-up, I took note of who came and went from the scene. ISP detectives as well as Sergeant Blaker, Detective Vargas, and prosecuting attorneys entered the residence. So Payne wasn't there, supposedly, by this guy's account, Aaron Morris. GC redacted arrived shortly after with her dogs to attempt and locate a blood trail from the residence. Have you guys seen any report from the dogs? Have you read any reports from the dogs? I can tell you this. I read every single report, and I have not read a single report from anybody that brought the caviar dogs in. Have you? So Ann Taylor is going to, she has Aaron Morris on the list. And then he says in his work, he just wrote what time people were coming and going. The person that with the dogs arrived with her canine at 13:16 hours, which is 1:16 p.m. They all remained in the area until about 4:21. Everyone cleared the scene and the residence was secured again at 14:21 hours. Okay. So she was going to call him to the stand for the purposes of laying foundation and attempting to get to everything that has to do with the dogs. Like, what came of that? What's going on here? Nobody's talking about this. Next. She would then call Gunderson to the stand. And she would ask him about his report that was number 12. Some blood was located on the second floor at 700 block of Taylor Avenue. And the specific address is redacted. Taylor Avenue is commonly referred to as the Whites and is a known party location. The blood was isolated to one area with no trail to either area. I photographed the blood and notified on-scene investigators. Who are the on-scene investigators that you notified? And who lived at the Whites? Emily, Hunter. And then you're going to call Emily to the stand. And Emily's going to talk about how everybody that was standing out there getting interviewed, they go to the Whites, they go to their apartment there, and they change and they give people clothes, and then they go to the police department. She's also going to ask, okay, you and Officer House walked various areas around the crime scene looking for evidence. You also walked in, through, and around the crime scene itself. And you didn't see a glove or any gloves outside by the, wherever. You also said that you went to all 3 dumpsters were located on the street. I saw nothing of evidentiary value in the dumpsters. Did you take pictures of those dumpsters? I photographed and looked in 3 dumpsters in the area. Where are those dumpsters pictures? I have not seen any picture of the inside of the dumpsters. Have you? Did you get in there? What do you mean you just took a picture? How do you know there was no evidentiary value of anything? Did you go through? I saw nothing of evidentiary value in the dumpsters. So you went through the dumpsters? I photographed them and cleared the area. ISP later pulled the trash pursuant to this investigation. Later. When was later? You're going to have a field day with Gunderson, by the way. You didn't note any of the vehicles that were there, right? You didn't ask people what cars were theirs. Okay, here we get to Roger Lanier. Roger Lanier is on Ann Taylor's witness list. Okay, these are the things that Ann Taylor could have potentially asked Roger Lanier, and it could start as early as Report 13. On November 15th, he says, at 9:30, myself and Detective Mowry responded to the Corner Club to contact the owner. So that's about the Corner Club, to getting all that stuff. We determined, so you did this on 11:15 at 9:30 in the morning. We determined that Kaylee and Maddie arrived at the Corner Club at 10:20 hours in a Prius type vehicle with one other unidentified female. So that's the first time that we get that make and model, which is a Prius, which is Eric Growers. At 12:22 hours, Kaylee paid her bar tab using her credit card, which consisted of 9 well vodka and 2 Ad Juice. Well, that actually does not going to match the receipts that later come, because Kaylee actually had 2 separate receipts from that place. 2. And Maddie had receipts from that place. But he doesn't mention anything about Maddie. At approximately 1, Kaylee engages in a conversation with a subject identified by bar staff. So bar staff identified John Jack Showalter. This appeared to be a consensual conversation, and it appeared that they knew each other. At approximately 12 or 1:14, Maddie joins in the conversation. So they spoke for 15 minutes before Maddie joins in the conversation. Now remember, John Jack Showalter said that he was there hanging out with Maddie and that he didn't know who Kaylee was. You guys recall? So here, the video shows that, so just so we're also clear, on Ann Taylor's list, she does not put Showalter, but Showalter is on the prosecution's list. So she could have been playing like a little game here for them. Hey, we're just not going to put him on the list, and we'll just do everything through cross-examination. But she could have also just called him, because she reserved the right to call anybody that was on the state's list. But here, you'd want to point out, and I think Ann would point out, is that you'd want to point this out, that Kaylee and him were talking, and it wasn't. Did you at any point in time see Showalter talking to Maddie prior to that? Because Showalter has said that he came there and he was hanging out with Maddie. Well, the video shows that it was actually, he was talking to Kaylee for 15 minutes. This is going to work in 2 parts. It's going to show that the way that Ann Taylor could use it is to show that Showalter was not being truthful, and that could this have made Jack D jealous. Okay. Again, Maddie joins in the conversation, and all 3 remain generally in the area of the bar near the wall. Nothing stood out during that time, and both appeared to know Showalter. And you would be saying that basically nothing stood out. That's what Roger Lanier is saying. Nothing stood out during that time, and both appeared to know Showalter. This report was written up on November 15th for what he did on November 15th. In fact, Roger Lanier wrote this report at 10:06 a.m. Let me see. Yeah. He wrote this report at 10:06 a.m. for what he said that he did at 9:30 in the morning. Think about that. You said that on November 15th at 9:30, you went with Detective Mowry and you responded to the corner club to contact the owner, Mark. This was a prearranged meeting to view video from the evening of November 12th to the early morning hours of November 13th. You were able to view all of this and have a report written by 10:06 a.m. But we can't get anybody over in that department to write a report within like a freaking month. The purpose was to confirm that Maddie and Kaylee were at the corner club as had been reported, and to try and identify individuals seen on the grub truck. Video later in the morning. So who were you watching this video with? You'd have to, so everything that he says in this, if he writes this up by 10:06 a.m., okay? So think about this. People out there have said that Showalter's families, you know, obviously they're well off, but on 11/15, how does Roger Lanier, who he's saying that the bar staff identified who Maddie and Kaylee were talking to. Do you know how long it would take to sit there if you start watching video at 10? You guys listen, at 10:20 in the morning or 10:20 p.m. And if you sit there and you watch video from 10:20 p.m. until 1:15 a.m., do you know how long that would take? How in the world was a report written within 45 minutes of arriving in this type of detail? Ready? At 1:30, Showalter paid his tab and he got 2 kamikazes in a 5-can of Bud Light. After paying, he walked to the back of the bar, went into the restroom, came out, retrieved his coat, and came back to an area near the exit where Kaylee and Maddie were waiting. Showalter waited in the background while the girls finished conversating with others. Where? They left and exited at 1:37. The parking lot camera shows them walking all together across then to the parking lot westerly direction. They were all dressed the same in the grub truck video, with Showalter wearing a white or a very light colored hoodie with a brown coat over it. While reviewing the video, we also recognized Jack Decor. Me and Mowry, who was reported to be Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. We did not track his movements in the video, but he appeared to spend most of his time at the opposite end of the business, seated with several other males. So, Aunt Taylor say, like, when you say that Showalter was waiting for Kaylee to finish up conversating with others, then they all exited, would one of those others be Jack Decor? Do you know how long it would take to watch this again and to be able to write up a report at 10:06 a.m. when you arrive on premises at 9:30? Who from the bar staff at 9:30 in the morning besides Mark, because the bar's not open at 9:30 in the morning, Mark lets you in at 9:30. You guys go in there. Who identified these people for you? Who identified John Jack Showalter? Remember, Showalter calls on 11:14. He calls at 11:15. But he doesn't call until 10:30 at night, 9:30 or 10:30 at night. Then, it's a very detailed report that you could, how is this possible? He said, we did not track the movements in the video, but he appeared to spend most of his time at the opposite end. That's talking about Showalter, or Jack Decor rather. At one point, there appeared to be a brief interaction with Kaylee that looked cordial and in passing. The core left at 1:51. Well, they interviewed Jack, and he said he left the bar like way earlier. But I don't think there's anything. Jack just didn't have his phone and was just speaking out like, "Yeah, I don't know the times, but this is what I think." We did not track his movement. I already said that. At one point, there appeared to be a brief. Yep. Also noticed in the video was a subject seen in the grub truck video. I recognize him because of his unique sweater and long hair and beard. Okay, you did all this in 45 minutes. You went through all of this stuff and wrote up a report while what? Sitting there with Mark and you had your laptop out? Just writing up this report? Yeah, date 10:06 and 15 seconds. It was approved by Barrett, Roger Lanier. Okay, so he began what it seems like he began typing up this report at 10:06 a.m. and then he end of the report was Tuesday, November 15th at 11:15. And then it was reviewed by Captain Barrett at 2 hours later. Or rather, yeah, 2 hours later at 13:15 hours. So I think Ann Taylor was going to ask him when you went into the corner club, did you go with like your laptop? You give me what did you he to sit there and watch all of this? I just don't think that this would be possible to do that quickly. Unless you're an hour and 15 minutes. And you would have already reviewed the grub truck video. I also noted the video, okay, long here. He was identified as HV by bar staff. Again, he checked out at midnight using a credit card, the name of probably his parents, showing 2 micro tub. I didn't notice any interactions between them. A third subject who was seen in the grub truck video was also observed in the corner club, but we were not able to identify him. He is a stocky build white male with brown hair and facial hair wearing a brownish sweater. I did not observe any interaction between him and Kaylee or Mogan. Because the video file was extremely large, Detective Mowry was unable to copy it to an external storage device. We left the business, and Detective Mowry is working on obtaining a usable copy of the video for a closer review. Now, woo-wee, I think Ann was going to have a field day with that. Because Ann's going to say, so all of your notes about this came from you watching it on the screen while you were there, right? And so you were able to go through from 10:20 when they arrive, sit there and watch from 10:20 until 2:00 in the morning. How were you able to review 4 hours of footage and write a report in an hour and 15 minutes and watch 4 hours of footage? Can you explain to the jury how you did that? Yeah. We were watching on 4 times speed. Okay. So you could have missed things. Yeah, sure. And since you didn't record anything and didn't get the cameras that day, how do you know if anything was deleted or wrote over? I would have so many questions, but my biggest question would be is, how did you review 4 hours of surveillance footage and review it, take down the notes, write up a report all in an hour and 15 minutes? Because what you're going to basically show is how ridiculous, like how quick and sloppy it was. Quick and sloppy. So you're telling me that you didn't report and see that Maddie got into it with somebody at the corner club? That Maddie was taking selfies with somebody, or a guy was going around slapping? You didn't ask about the guy that got kicked out of the club that night? Mark didn't tell you about that? You didn't make any, you didn't note how Maddie was talking to the guy that got kicked out? Is that in the part where you just talk about right here, where you say, this appeared to be at approximately 1 o'clock, Kaylee engages in conversation with a subject, or I'm sorry, not that time, right here. So nowhere in there do you talk about the night of that somebody was kicked out and there was confrontation with another male. You guys, like, wow. When you break it on down, when you like break this on, I told you guys we're in for a marathon. Woo. Okay. You then, now also for the jury, you said that this was a prearranged meeting. So what did you tell Mark? Hey, we just want to come in, and did you have Mark look through, and can you tell me when these girls first arrived? I mean, well, we knew that they arrived like around 10, so that's when we started viewing it. Okay. And the purpose of this was just I thought the purpose was to just see that they came there. Upon arrival, Mark already had the video up on the screen and cued to the proper time frame. How would Mark know that? Now, but aren't there multiple cameras? There are. So Detective Mowry began scrolling through the video. Which consisted of multiple views and multiple screens that were all in the same sync, all in the same time sync. That's what we had at my bar. We determined that Maddie and Kaylee arrived at the corner club at 10:20 in a Prius-type vehicle with one other unidentified female. The vehicle was determined to be an Uber vehicle, and the driver identified. Why aren't you saying the name of the driver in your report? Is that not relevant? Is it pertinent? How did you identify that? When did you identify that driver? The vehicle was, Kaylee and Mogan mingle around the bar, but spend most of their time in the front along the bar room and speak to several people as they mingle. And so you don't think it's important to identify any of the people that they had talked to that night that they were mingling with? Wouldn't you be trying to figure out the identities of these people that they had any type of interaction with in the hours leading up to their murder? Because you'd want to interview them to see what their conversations were about? Okay. So they make occasional trips to the restroom. How many times did they go to the restroom when they were in there? Make occasional trips to the restroom? Were they together? Were they alone? I mean, you guys, how many times do you go to the bathroom out of a bar? They make occasional trips to the restroom and speak to several people as they mingle. What's occasional to you? At 12:22, now mind you, Anne would actually have the tape, right? So at 12:22, Kaylee paid her bar tab using her credit card, which consisted of 9 well vodka. Did you see Kaylee drink 9 well vodkas? In fact, you didn't, did you? In fact, Kaylee was buying drinks for people, wasn't she? Also, did you ask Mark if there is a double button? If somebody ordered a double? Because it says add to juice. Were they shots? Because she was just drinking straight well vodkas. 9 well vodka, add 2. It says 2, add juice. Did she order a round of shots? Because that's what you would do is you would Mark provided a copy of the receipt. Because also it would be Anne's job to, because one of the state's arguments is that everybody was hammered. Okay. I noticed in your report you didn't actually write down how many times she went up to the bar and ordered while she was there. Did anybody buy her drinks? Anybody slip or anything? You know. Anyways, how in the world was Maury's able to get his report literally wrote in an hour and 15 minutes and had to go through over 4 hours of footage from 4 different cameras? I want to know how he did it, as I'm very curious. And his answer would be yeah, it wasn't as detailed. You just skimmed this. But you wanted to show the jury just how you'd be wanting to show the jury that who did you think that none of that stuff was important? Did you already have somebody in your mind? You know what I mean? Did they zero in on someone like already? Because the way that you're doing this report, it's like you're not interested in trying to find anybody. It's a very, if you're conducting an investigation, what you went to that bar to go do is to see who they were with, to see what was going on, to corroborate what the roommates had told you that they went to the corner club and other people had told you. And so from that, you clearly make a note about this. And at that point, you had already went through the whole or a majority of you were able to notice that there was a guy that was in a unique sweater with long hair, right? He's kind of sticks out, but you also saw him at the grub truck. And this was this HV. When did you ever interview HV? Who interviewed HV? Because there's another thing that sticks out with him, right? He was involved in the Jacob Tisdall pullover or walkover, whatever you want to call it, was stealing a sign. You didn't talk about that, though, in your report, that he had a run-in with the officers and that he had a big gash on his, or like a, whatever you want, a contusion, whatever you want to call it, on his head. So I noticed that you mentioned that you saw him in the grub truck, but wasn't there another video that he was in that night? Jacob Tisdall's body cam? He had a big goose egg, right? And then you said that you found there's a third subject. So were you asking the bar staff who this was? There was a third subject who was seen in the grub truck video was also observed. And reminder, you at no point wrote down the person that got kicked out of the bar. Okay. Danny Vargas. Let's talk about yo ass. Well, we're going to come back to Danny Vargas because I want to use her on something else. Justin Dean. Justin Dean, not on the state's witness list. Justin Dean on Ann's witness list. And there's just one report. Okay. Okay. On November 15th, Justin Dean writes, at approximately 12:48 hours, I spoke with blank President RH about the 1122 King Road residence. I asked H if she knew the people who lived in the house. This is a girl. The RH person is a female. H said yes. The RH person said yes. She said that they were a close group of friends who primarily hung out with themselves. That is the same exact thing that Emily said. So that's corroborating Emily. Okay. You want to be pointing that out. Again, if you're not familiar, here at Truth and Transparency, I am team Emily. I am team Jack D. And when I say like I'm team that person, that everything that they did and said, I don't question. That means like I believe them. And I think that stuff that they had gone through was absolute crazy crap. Like Jack D being put in that police vehicle and sat in there was bullshit. I asked RH if she ever went to parties at the house. She said that she did a couple of times, but the parties were small. She said the roommates were a pretty tight group who didn't throw big parties. I asked if she knew about any drug use or sells from the house. Now, Justin Dean on 11:15, Justin Dean, why are you asking about drugs and the sales of drugs in the house? Drug use. So this is Ann Taylor has Justin Dean on the list. The state did not. Ann Taylor would be calling Justin Dean to the stand and asking him if he, was involved in this case and what his role was. And all right, let's talk about this, your involvement in your role here. And who told you to go interview RH? And this is the president. I spoke with the blank president. So this is a president of a sorority. And boom, I asked if she knew about any drug use or sales, but he wrote sells from the house. RH said that she thought Xana and Ethan may have used cocaine, but nothing big, and no one sold drugs. I asked her if she knew whether there were larger quantities of drugs kept at the residence. She said no. Now, did she say no that like she doesn't know? Or did she say no because she knows that there's not? Okay. So the why I say that is because I asked her if she knew whether there were large quantities of drugs kept at the house. And she said no. So I want to make that perfectly clear is that she didn't know, right? How would she know if there was large quantities of drugs kept at the house? She didn't know that. You asked her if she knew that, right? Or did you ask her this and she said, no, I know that there's not? How your report is kind of, vague. RH then told me, and let me ask you this. Why did you think to go and ask RH these questions? Is it because the girls were no longer part of the sorority? Was there an issue? Did you suspect that people were doing drugs? Why were they ever reprimanded? Ann Taylor wants to call Justin Dean to the stand for something. Now, RH then told me she was at the Corner Club on November 13th between the midnight and 2. She said Maddie and Kaylee were also at the Corner Club during that time. RH said that she heard a male was kicked out. Thank you. Was kicked out of the bar because he was acting creeping towards Mogan. So you would have Roger Lanier up. Have Roger Lanier have to talk about the fact that somebody was acting creepy towards Mogan and got kicked out. You don't note that anywhere in your report, do you? So you would probably ask to bring Justin Dean to the stand first. Okay? Lay this all out there. Then you would bring Roger Lanier to the stand and say, okay, Roger Lanier, nothing to see here. There was a guy that was kicked out. Again, RH says she heard by 11:15 that a male was kicked out of the bar because he was acting creeping towards Mogan. I asked RH if she had any other details about the male or incident. RH said no. I told RH to get a hold of me if she had any more information she believed would be helpful. Then you would ask Home Tits Boy here, Justin Dean, did you record this information? Did you record your conversation with her? Well, I probably did, but they told me not to put it in there because like there was way more information that came out, and but his report here doesn't say like I recorded the conversation. It's here, it's entered, and in fact, you let's also talk about here. You write up your report. You don't say. You said that you talked to this person at 12:20 or 12:48. So would that be 12:48 p.m.? So just after the noon lunch hour, right? Okay. And it says that you started writing the report up at 2:32 on the same day, right? And you were done. It took you about what? 40 minutes to write this? It took you 40 minutes to write this up. It took you 40 minutes to write 2 paragraphs. So 2 hours though after you had talked with her, then you wrote a report. And then Captain Barrett on November 17th reviewed it. So 2 days later. Okay. Now, Justin Dean, who told you to go and ask RH about drugs? Who tasked you with going, here, you're going to go interview RH, who's the president of a sorority, and you're going to ask them about the residents. And I asked if she knew about any drug use or sales from the house. RH said that she thought Xana and Ethan may have used cocaine. Did you ask her why she thought that? I mean, what the hell are you doing? And you did not record this? So information came about somewhere that, hey, you need to go talk to this person. When they told you to go talk to this person, did they tell you to record the conversation? Wear your body worn camera? Follow police protocol? So go look at Ann Taylor's civilian witness list. Is there anybody on there that has the initials RH? Okay. Now, remember how I told you how Roger Lanier wrote up his report as he's basically doing the corner club? Roger Lanier's report of his neighborhood canvass. He does a neighborhood canvass on November 14th, the day before he goes to the corner club. But Roger Lanier does not write up this neighborhood canvass report, okay, until 11/16. So he says, now Roger Lanier also was doing a neighborhood canvass on November 13th. But he says on November 14th at approximately 10, I responded back to 1122 King Road to conduct a neighborhood canvass in the daylight. Chief Fry was with me. So Chief Fry is on the witness list. Why? Because he was doing neighborhood canvassing. And because Chief Fry did not write up a report. He is the freaking chief of police. Where is Chief Fry's police report on his neighborhood canvass? Ann Taylor was going to do exactly what Alan Jackson did. Can you believe this? Captain and the chief, they're out doing neighborhood canvassing. Just so we're understanding this, the chief was not on the state's witness list. Chief Fry was with me. We started from the rear of the residence and covered the small hill area just behind 1122 King Road. Right behind the residence, there was a small black bag that had obviously been out in the weather for some time. There was nothing in it. Okay, did you have a camera with you? Were you recording this? Were you taking pictures? We searched up to the parking lot of 500 Queen Road and then worked southwest along the hillside below the parking lot. We searched the fence backyard of the Walenta Drive, all of the Walenta Drive, the fence backyard, that's the Moyes, and continued west above blank King Road. From there, I was joined by Sergeant Gunderson, and we went through the south side of blank King Road. Where did Chief Fry go? Because you said, Lanier, that I was joined by Sergeant Gunderson. Well, did Chief Fry leave you? I worked over to Queen Road going north, then between 500 Queen Road and King Road out to Taylor Ave. We crossed the open play field from Taylor. Is that known as the band field? North to the Nez Pierce Drive at the crosswalk near Sigma Chi, I'm guessing. We walked the pathway north to the WW1 Memorial Grove and stopped at that point. What was the purpose of that? You were looking for evidence. Because isn't it true, Roger Lanier, that you believe that the killer was on foot? The path that you were looking all over, that's because you believe that the killer was on foot. Isn't that correct? Now, since Roger Lanier is her witness, unless they crossed him, because if the state had Roger Lanier, you're going to show that Roger Lanier, if you believe that the killer was in a car and left, why would you be on foot walking all over the place? You're going to show to the jury that you didn't initially believe that any vehicle right from jump had anything to do with the killing, right? And he could say, well, we considered everything. Everything was a possibility until we eliminated it. Okay, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about you eliminating that somebody couldn't have been on foot. Okay? And we need to use a map so the jury can see exactly what we're talking about here. The area that you covered. Okay. So did you have gloves on? You didn't videotape this? You weren't wearing a body camera, right? Okay. Then you said you stopped at that point. I returned to the intersection of Taylor Avenue and King Road, where I met with Chief Fry again. From that point, so you have no idea what path Chief Fry was on, right? Okay. So that would be located in his report on his neighborhood canvas. You wrote up a report for it, and it says neighborhood canvas 103 supplemental. Do you want me to also note the 103 supplemental? Is there more there in report 103? Is that what that means? We can pull that up. Okay, so we'll have it here on standby. Yes. So that has to do with Danny Vargas writing up a report on January 10th, 2023. I must have the wrong report listed. Okay. He does, by the way. Okay, let's go back to this. So you returned back with Chief Fry. From that point, we proceed east along the south side of Taylor Avenue. Was Gunderson still with you? Now, did he wear a body-worn camera? You were looking in the shrubbery and around the cars parked along the curb. Did you note the vehicles? If you're doing a neighborhood canvas, how about this? Can you describe to the jury what neighborhood canvas, like if you're doing a neighborhood canvas, wouldn't you need notes to be writing like anything you came across? And those would be very detailed. When you come across a car, you normally write down the VIN number. If you can look at it, the license plate number. Okay. So from that point, we proceeded east along the south side of Taylor Avenue, looking in the shrubbery and around the cars parked along the curb. At the entrance to the parking lot of whatever Taylor Avenue, I located a black vest lying on the grass next to the fire hydrant. Okay. And you said that was a black vest. Did you take a picture of it? Are you sure it wasn't a jacket? The vest appeared to be weathered with leaves and debris on it, aka debris. But it had appeared to have been there for several days. Well, you did this canvas several days after. I mean, it was on 11/13. Your canvas was on 11/16. So that, like, what's several days to you? What's for several days? I checked the pockets. Did you have gloves on? And I examined the vest, but did not find anything of note. Well, you clearly found something to note because you noted the vest. You wrote it in your report. Again, this is Roger Lanier. Roger Lanier. So Roger Lanier goes with Maury on 11/15 to the corner club, and somehow in Clark Kent speed, while being Superman, is able to go through 4 hours of footage from 4 or 5 different camera angles in a matter of an hour in 15 minutes. That was on the 15th that he did that at the corner club. The day before that, on November 14th, he does a neighborhood canvas, Roger Lanier. He wants to cite it says 103 supplemental. And I'm going to say that might have something to do now with Idaho State Police. So I'm going to look into that. But the day before that, him and Chief Fry do a neighborhood canvas. Chief Fry does not write up a report for his neighborhood canvas. He's joined by Gunderson. And they find a black vest, he says. The vest appears to be weathered with leaves. So technically, he thinks it's been there for several days. And I'm sorry, the report was written on the 16th. You were there on the 14th. So that's why you thought that it was pre-murder time, right? But you don't know. I checked the pockets and examined the vest, but did not find anything to note. As we continued to walk east along the south side of Taylor, I noted a large amount of trash and various items on the grass and the bushes, including various glass and plastic bottles, pipes of various types, some articles of clothing such as a t-shirt and underwear, men's and women's, and various papers and litter. All appeared to have been in the area for several days or weeks, and I did not determine any evidentiary value for any items I saw. From there, I went south down Linda Lane. So you made like a square. You're on Taylor, then you're going to make a right onto Linda Lane and walked west between Taylor Avenue and Linda Lane. Then north of the easternmost building of Queen Road, then up to the parking lot of the north side of Queen Road, back to the Queen Road apartments. Okay. And Taylor would ask John Rosinski if he ever interviewed the male that Kaylee was going to be living with in Texas. I don't recall any interview of Kaylee's new roommate from Texas. Detective Dean and John Rosinski, they were together when they were asking, let's see. Okay, ready for this? Now, for some reason, Kayla Nigayan, I don't know how she says it, or maybe the N's silent, like Guyan. Her brother, like Koa or I don't know, Koi, his DNA was taken in this case. Okay. So on 11/16, John Rosinski goes and interviews Kayla Guyan at the substation on the University of Idaho campus. I asked Kayla if she had any special relationships with any of the victims. So John would be asked why he went and talked to her, because people had mentioned her name. So I want to know how it went from you're interviewing this girl to the next thing that we know is that her brother, his DNA is being taken. Oh, it's pronounced Win. Guywin? Guywin? You guys know what I'm talking about. Anyways, Detective Dean and John Rosinski were together on 11/16 when they went and did this. Detective Dean asked if Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was into cocaine. And she said that she did not know. So again, Detective Dean in every one of these so far, Justin Dean, Detective Dean, his purpose is to look into, I believe, like the drug angle. And it's like, well, why would you even be suspecting drugs? Where did this come from? So that was part of Taylor's why she put him on the list. Detective Dean. Detective Dean, did you write up a report for this? Okay. Dean writes his report. I think she was also going to point out the fact that, well, John Rosinski writes his report on the same day that he does these interviews. But it's interesting because they would have had to be super early in the morning, because this report was written on 11/16. It started at 12:43 in the afternoon, and it was finished by, it took him 2 hours to write the report, by like 13:50 at the same day. Oh wait, hold on. I take that back. He was adding to this report. He started it on the 16th at 12:43 in the afternoon, and he didn't close out the report until November 17th at 1:15 in the afternoon. And 10 minutes later, Captain Barrett signed off on it. Okay. Aaron Morris would have been called by Ann Taylor. Again, not on the state's witness list that I believe. And she would have been asking him about interviewing Jeremy. And Jeremy stated that on 11/13, between 9 and 10, he was walking his dog. He stated when he walked by the first time, he noticed the front door to 1122 King Road on the north side of the building facing campus was wide open. Okay. He stated he knew it was a party house, so he assumed someone was too intoxicated and forgot to close the door the night prior. Okay, now we are patiently waiting to continue going through from 6 a.m. until 10 a.m. of 112 the camera from King Road. If in fact Jeremy walked his dog, we should see that he would have walked down kind of like Molly. Okay. Jeremy was not on Ann Taylor's list, but he was on the prosecution's list. So Ann Taylor did not have to put him down. Okay. But let's say that this guy is walking down, or let's say that this dude is not visible, because you're going to ask him, what was his path to walk the dog? You knew at that time, Aaron Morris, did you not, that they had camera at 1112? Yes, I did know that. So did you think it was important to ask Jeremy the route that he walked his dog? Okay. I'd be asking him, what route did you walk the dog? Because you know that you have the cameras from 1112 and you can go and check to see if this is even credible, right? Because Aaron Morris had something to do with helping to obtain and get an SD card, which we're going to get into. So again, Jeremy is interviewed by Aaron Morris. And Taylor would be saying, well, Aaron, first of all, she's going to be showing to the jury that the door was open. And so that could be a potential way out of the house for the intruder, the killer. But I thought that the killer went out the back way. You're going to show that Dylan, this is all to show that Dylan's account is not accurate. Or at least there's questions. There's questions. But I would tell you what Ann Taylor would definitely want to be looking at is I would want to be able to show, if I can prove that that dude actually did walk his dog, and we can see him on that camera, and he makes a little circle around and he comes back up, and it's at that time, this bolsters Jeremy's version of events. Okay. We have proof that he actually did walk his dog. Okay. And he passed the house because we have him on the 11112 cameras. He stated that he knew it was a party house, so assumed someone was too intoxicated and forgot to close the door that night. Jeremy stated that he walked his dog up Taylor Avenue to Blake Avenue, then down Sweet Avenue. He said the walk took him approximately 1 hour. Good. Now the question is did you leave something out? Because where does Jeremy live based on this route? He said that he walked his dog up Taylor Avenue. So what that tells me is that when you left Queen, okay, you came down past the house, and then if you then did, I walked, and he walked his dog up Taylor, that means he walks past the house, he makes his right to go out like all the cars did speeding around, and then he comes to where the Taylor intersection is with King, he makes a right and walks up Taylor to then he says he makes a to Blake, then down and then down Sweet Ave. He said the walk took him approximately 1 hour. Jeremy stated when he walked back to his apartment around 11, the front door was still wide open. What? So basically, Jeremy is saying at 9, when he left to go on his walk, then when he comes back, and I would be asking Jeremy, well, I thought you said that your walk was an hour. If you left at 9 and you got back at 11, that's a 2-hour walk, buddy. So are you sure you didn't leave like at 10? Regardless, what Jeremy is saying is that not only did he see it one time, but he's saying that he saw it twice, the door being opened, when he left and when he came back. And then what he's also telling us, without telling us, because he doesn't know about the cameras, is that means he would have walked past the camera twice. So you would be asking him for a map, and you would say, here, Jeremy. Okay. But Jeremy said he was unsure if the information was known or not, but thought he should report it. This was on 11/17. He interviews him and writes up the report. So he interviews him at 2:30. He said, I responded to the University of Idaho Kibbe Dome to interview Jeremy. Captain Barrett stated that Jeremy possibly had information regarding the homicide. So this would be a tip. Jeremy is a tip. So I'm going to use if a man Taylor to say when Officer Payne says that no tips had panned out, this tip would actually pan out if you can prove that Jeremy walked his dog during that time. Here you go. I would say that it would pan out. It always helps, like whatever the topic is that we're discussing, if you stay on it, and then it doesn't distract in chat. But when someone's just making it so that you can't, all you have to do is block the chat person, and then you don't get to see all their comments keep coming up, so it doesn't distract you. It's just a simple process. So anyways, let's remind ourselves that Jeremy over here did an interview. Jeremy was like, people think that I had something to do with the killing. What? Who would think that? People don't even know who you are. Anyways, if Aaron Morris went to the Kibbe Dome to interview Jeremy, that's from a tip. Jeremy is a tip. That means that it wasn't during a neighborhood canvas that you had come across big old Jer Bear here. Jeremy is a tip. That means Jeremy called in a tip. And then here, Captain Barrett was like, go follow up with this. Now, this also bolsters. So how Anne would want to be dealing with all of this is going to bolster Bethany's version of events, which is that a boom, crash, boom, bang, firework, flash. So you're going to start creating categories like Aaron Morris, Jeremy, Bethany. You're going to start creating that Jeremy bolsters Bethany. It also creeps in a question that if Hunter Johnson had to put the passcode in to open up the door to get into the house, okay, that doesn't mean that he's lying. That means that Bethany and or Dylan, one of those two people, unless you think Murphy's so good, went downstairs and closed that door. So, question that I would say to Aaron Morris is okay, who signed off on your report? Did you record this? So you were asked to go do this and you did not record this. And this was a tip, right? Or he can say, yes, I had my body worn camera on. Boom, here it is. And it says WatchGuard event BWC, body worn camera. That means during my interview, I had my body worn camera on. That's a good for you. Okay. Perfect. Then who signed off on this again? Why did Hathaway review this report? Hathaway reviewed the report on Saturday, November 19th. Remember when Officer Payne said, well, I was provided like pertinent information. Well, do you not think that this would be pertinent information? Is that who went and checked to see if they saw Jeremy? And did you show Jeremy, hey, was this you walking your dog? Did you have him identify himself from the 1112 camera? Like, yep, that's me. What kind of dog do you have? Okay, yep, we have a person walking this way. And then, an hour later, we have a person walking this way. They have a dog with them. It's a male. It's around the same time frame that he said he did it. And he's saying that on his way to his walk and on his way back from his walk, the door was open. And then you have Hunter Johnson saying that he had to punch in the code to come in. And what you would do is you would not show that Hunter Johnson's lying. The way that I would go about it is I would show that somebody closed that door. I also want to know the results of the knife. Whose fingerprints? Whose DNA's on the knife that Hunter Johnson said that he grabbed? How come Emily saw the knife on the floor at the top of the stairs when she went in there? That would mean, ready? That Hunter, when he was in the bedroom, you guys, that he didn't have that knife. You understand? If Emily saw the knife when she walked up the stairs and it was on the floor, right at the top of the stairs, Okay. That means that that knife could not be in the hands of Hunter when he was in the bedroom, when he went back in to check to see if somebody was in the closet or something like that. Okay. You would start showing how all of these stories are crumbling and falling apart. Or you can get someone to say, yeah, I just didn't want to get Bethany and Dylan in trouble. So I told them that, that I went and got it and I had it. Why would you think that you would get them in trouble? You know what I mean? Okay. But a problem here off the rip is that if I believe Emily, which you got there, goes up the stairs, she's like, I mean, I don't know if it's weird, but I saw a knife like right there at the top of the stairs on the ground. Okay, well, then that proves that that couldn't have been the knife that was in Hunter's hands. Right? Right. Right, Lana. Oh my God, you're right. Holy shit. So then he would ask Emily, when you saw your boyfriend, did he have a knife in his hands? I don't know. Did he? I don't recall. Or, yeah, I actually think he did. Or he didn't. Then you're going to go take a look at the pictures of the kitchen. And we're going to look at the sink. And we're going to see, are there any knives in the sink? What knives are in the sink? But she said that she saw a steak knife at the top. Anyways, that's how I would. Let's go to. So Aaron Morris, very, very important question, which is, did anybody follow up with to verify that actually Jeremy walked his dog? Okay. If they want to say that there's inserters in the world, and that's how Richard Allen got arrested and convicted of first-degree murder, that he inserted himself after being there and actually committing the crimes, then Jeremy looks like he did that. Because why is Jeremy coming forward to tell a lie? Fucking weird, right? Jeremy came out and did an interview, and he was like, yeah, people think that I did this crime. Here. Let's see. Jeremy. Okay. Here's his interview. I'll share his interview. And they collected his DNA.
Found dead on Sunday right next to the University of Idaho. Neighbors are still in shock, now taking new measures to protect themselves.
Now carry a weapon on me. I used to do that before I moved up to Moscow. Moved to Moscow, thought it was super safe, stopped, and then this happened. And so at least if and until they find who did it, I'm going to continue carrying a weapon on me again.
Police searched the area inside and outside 1122 Queen Road.
They've seemed like.
Okay, take a look at where he's at. In the background, you can see how it has the yellow with the brick there.
Really small town feel, lots of hills.
See.
But it seems like a really close-knit community. All of my professors and stuff that are from here, they've seemed like they've been here for a decade or longer, and they seem to know just about everybody. So I would say it's a fairly small community, even though there's roughly 20 to 25,000 people here. The officer that came by door to door, he asked if we had any sort of surveillance or if we knew about any other cameras or anything in the area. Sadly, this is an apartment building, and I'm assuming it's relatively old, so there was nothing. Luckily, the apartment sent out an email a couple days ago saying they're adding new lights, which there is a new light up there. They're going to work on installing cameras just so that if...
Okay, so right there, he tells us something that is interesting. He's saying that that light behind, that's a new light that wasn't there. Okay. And Taylor would be able to use this too.
Anything like this were to happen again, there's a better chance of getting footage of who did it. It seems like everyone that has been here for a while is just devastated by it. The last murder here was 2015, so 7 years ago. And so it's not something that happens frequently. It's not like we're in a big city where it's an everyday occurrence. So something like this is just sort of rare, doesn't happen often, so people aren't used to it. It's really odd because...
You can see there's editing right there. Check this out. See the person walking in the back, watch.
Happen often, so people aren't used to it. It's really...
Then that person just disappears. And now the way this was cut is they just went to this part. So he didn't finish speaking. And you can also see that there's a red coat person over here to the right.
Really odd because, I don't know, I've never been this close to any sort of other like crime scene before, I guess, other than like a drug bust, like walking.
Where have you been close to a drug bust? I want to hear more about that. Where have you ever been close to a drug bust? Very bizarre. Where? Like, I want to know what drug bust.
By a house and seeing cops with like a drug bust, but that's the closest I've ever been to a crime scene. So especially one of this magnitude where I could throw a baseball from my front door to the house, it's just odd. No, I went to bed early that night.
Yeah.
And then I woke up to a bunch of normal, and then a couple hours later we got a message and there was a bunch of police here, and then that was the end of normalcy for the past week or so here. Though the day that the police were called here, about an hour or two after that, an officer came by and just went door to door along here just asking if anybody had seen or heard anything. That's the only contact I've had with officers so far. And the house, occasionally there were parties that were kind of loud. Most of the time it was pretty self-contained. But yeah, as I would take my dog in and out to go to the bathroom, I would just be walking by, I would look up and I would see people in the windows almost every night, probably 4 or 5 nights a week. So there were a lot of people that went into and out of that house pretty frequently. So yeah, it was kind of a party house, but again, this whole neighborhood is sort of like a party neighborhood because it's just off campus, so you sort of don't have to follow the university rules. But I hope whoever did it gets found, because 4 people is not something that you just walk away from and act all normal. And so whether or not the cops think there's a danger, I disagree. I think there is a danger because 4 people shows that that person's dangerous. So
I think 1 would show it.
Hope he's caught, preferably before I get back from break.
Interesting. I hope he is caught.
And joining us now, Jeremy Reagan, a third-year law student at the University of Idaho College of Law, who lives near the victim's house. Good morning to you, Jeremy.
Good morning.
Explain what you're seeing when you're driving through the neighborhood, what's going on, and what do you know about the people who live there?
So I didn't personally know any of the people that lived at that house. I had seen them going in and out of their house a couple of times as I would take my dog out to go to the bathroom. And ever since this incident happened, you know, I used to see people out in the field across from the apartment complex just playing with their dogs. But then after this happened, it seems kind of like a ghost town. The only people I really see are police and media. So it's just really strange that everyone in that neighborhood is sort of left for Thanksgiving early or just left for the rest of the semester or whatever their plans were. It's just odd to see that it's only police and media in there around there at this point.
Right. Jeremy, the police are obviously there. Have police or investigators gone around the neighborhood and knocked on the doors? And have police...
Right there. I want to know whose footage this is.
Where it's just odd to see that it's
this
only police and media in there.
This is drone footage. Okay. Idaho State Police had drones. Okay. I can't imagine that they were just allowing anybody to have drones up and around.
at around there at this point.
Right. Jeremy, the police are obviously there. Have police or investigators gone around the neighborhood and knocked on the doors and said, hey, did you see anything? What do you remember? Do you have any video? Stuff like that?
Yeah, so around noon on the Sunday that it happened, we all got the vandal alert to sort of stay sheltered in place. And then about an hour or two after that, an officer came by and went door to door along the front row of apartments, at least where I live, and just asked if we had any footage or if we had seen anything the night before, or if we had heard anything. And that's the only contact I've had so far, was just that one time that the officer came by.
How'd you?
Okay. Again, I would love to know what the heck is the date of this. Now, let's go over here. November 26th. Yep, here we go. Cops told him to not say a word then, because let's go back to this. On 11/17/2022 at 2:30, I responded to the University of Idaho Kibbe Dome to interview Jeremy. No, hang on a second. We have a problem. Hold on. Hang tight. This is not the same Jeremy. Jeremy Reagan is not Jeremy N or JN. Woo, boy. J. Oh boy. Oh, hot damn. Wait a second. JN stated he walked his dog up Taylor Ave to Blake, then down Sweet Ave. He said the walk took him approximately an hour. JN stated when he walked back to his apartment around 11, the front door was still wide open. JN said he was unsure if the information was known or not, but thought he should report it. Woo! Woo! Lana doing that whole category thing. Dude, whoa. We got to see Ann Taylor's witness list again. Let's take a look at Ann Taylor's witness list again one more time. One more again. This guy is not the dog guy. Hang tight. Here we go. Defense witness list. JN. Now, they fucking spell names wrong all the time. Oh my God, got him. Holy shit, we got him. Oh my God, I gotta print this off. Woo-hoo-hoo! Aunt Taylor, you dirty dog, you. Oh, hot damn, Annie. Well, hot damn. I'll be damned. We got him on the witness list. Ann Taylor. Okay, girl, I see you. Justin, Jeremy Reagan is not the dog walker. Okay. Jeremy's just an inserter. Thank God I double take the look.
Characterize what's around you. It looks like a very wooded area. Are there a lot of deep
right there? Look at when they added, but we got a lot of insight here of a couple
woods
of
around you where you could see people going in and out without being seen?
Look at the police.
For the most part. So what you can see is behind the
We never had
house, there's that little wooded hill there. For the most part, it's houses and apartments.
On 11/21, that would have been a Sunday. They're saying this is Moscow, Idaho on Monday. I think they're mistaken.
Other than that little area right there.
Yeah.
Because that's when they were starting to do the killing runs. They believe that he parked back there, so they roped this off.
Jeremy,
yeah, just Moscow generally. Oh, sorry.
how scared are you and your neighbors? I mean, this person who did this is still in the loose.
I definitely don't feel comfortable. I'm not necessarily.
This is why Aunt Taylor was like, fuck cares about Jeremy. Jeremy isn't the guy. It's Justin. Oh boy. Yeah, there was nothing. Oh my God. Justin Nadeau. There it is. That's the JN guy. And he's the one that walked his dog past twice at 9. And both times walking past both ways. And they did no follow-up with this kid. It was a tip. So when they want to say that they were unable to substantiate any tips, it's like, this one's substantiated. This is a huge boom right here. Ah! Shit. God damn. Tip your bartender over here. You guys are just getting behind the scenes. This is what I do when the camera's not rolling. Take a look. Oh, boy. Okay. Aaron Morris was there with Detective Justin Dean. Dean was hell of important for Ann Taylor on like 2 so far reports. This guy was, I mean, he's a detective. Dean should have known better. The body camera is available. We need this. Wow. No follow-up. This kid reaches out, says, hey, does his interview at the Kibbe Dome. It would have had to come from the tips because on 11/17 at 2:30, I respond to the University of Idaho Kibbe Dome to interview JN. And that is not Jeremy Reagan. It is, however, somebody that's on Ann Taylor's witness list, or was on, I should say. This slam dunk case that people think. Yeah, no. 73 report number 20 MPD FOIA body 1 camera Morris. Fucking boom. Can only imagine what more was said in this. Okay. So Captain Barrett stated that this person possibly had information regarding the homicide. Possibly. Well, in the tip, it would have said, basically in a nutshell, hey, I walked past the house at this time, door was open. Not sure people know that. Walked past the house at this time, door was open. Not sure people know that, but thought maybe you should know. So the Kibbe Dome is where the interview took place. And JN took Detective Dean and myself to a conference room to speak. So this person could potentially have worked at the University of Idaho. But at the end of the day, JN stated on Sunday, 11/13/2022, between 9 and 10. So sometime between 9 and 10, he was walking his dog. He stated when he walked by the first time, he noticed the front door to 1122 King Road on the north side. So what you're going to be able to do automatically is, where does this person live? Do they live around that house? Would this even be able to muster up? Okay. Boom. Yes, he was an athletic trainer. If that's true, pretty fucking reliable. And if he lived over there, he said the first time he noticed the front door to 1122 King Road on the north side of the building, which is facing campus, was wide open. Wide open. No, the Kibby Dome is KIBB. Kibby Dome. This is like where they play the sports. They're Kibby Dome. KIBBIE, Kibby Dome. So it was wide open. So there's a huge misunderstanding. Jeremy is not the person that was walking his dog that morning and saw this. So it's out there that it was Jeremy Reagan. That is not true. JN and JN on the witness list for Ann Taylor. So he stated that he knew it was a party house, so assumed someone was too intoxicated and forgot to close the door that night, like the night prior. JN stated he walked his dog up Taylor to Blake Avenue, then down Sweet Avenue. He said the walk took him approximately an hour. JN stated, or when he walked back to his apartment around 11, again, by the time he left and came back, it was an hour. The front door was still wide open. Yeah, I don't want his name in chat. Okay, that's not what I wanted. That's why I haven't said it for a reason. Boom. No. This is how you follow up with this, okay? 1112, the camera will show this person walking past, okay? Twice. Oh, look at, yep, wow. Said he went walking. No reason to come and say this to us, okay? Puts it in the tip. And what this would mean is that ding, 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 it's corroborated, which means you have a problem with the narrative that Hunter opened a door that was not locked. Not that Hunter didn't do that, but that somebody would have had to close that door before Hunter could put the passcode in and enter. Also, this would be huge to bolster that what Bethany is saying, and it was actually Bethany who alerted Dylan to anything, okay, after the big bang, the flash that she could have seen. Are you sure that there wasn't a car parked and it flashed the lights into your blinds? Okay. That somebody had just pulled up and so therefore when they pulled up, or somebody has, they turned on a vehicle and when that would have happened, the lights come on right away and they would have shined right into your house, right into your room. And that's the light. And then she wants to say, well, I saw it that was underneath my door. The light was underneath my door. That's what alerted all of this. Okay. So here it actually is this door being opened, what he would have seen. Aunt Taylor would have called him to the stand, and this would have been out there. And so this whole thing of anything to do, this is going after the version of Dylan Mortensen. Okay. And that people didn't believe Dylan because Dylan, she liked to exaggerate. And hello, Bethany pretty much says that. Well, I didn't know what she was saying, and I didn't really believe what she was saying. We knew her like she would just. I mean, what if it comes out that I don't know, Dylan's a pathological liar and she's always lying about stuff? Or I mean, wow. But moral of the story here is that you to be asking Hunter Johnson again. So when you got here, you had to open up the door and put the passcode in. It was locked. It was shut. Yeah. Are you sure? And then you're going to sit here and tell me that you had no follow-up conversation with any of the roommates to say, hey, we have a guy that says he was walking his dog and the front door was wide open. And we identified that he was walking his dog as it's seen on the cameras at 1112. So which one of you guys got up and closed the door? The wind would never have shut that door closed because of the way that the door is handled. The other thing is that you have this guy walking his dog. He's not intoxicated. He comes forward to give the tip. He has no reason to lie about what he saw. Maybe you would ask him, hey, how do you know that the house that you saw was the actual crime scene house? Where are those questions in here by the detective to say, okay, how do you know the 1122 King Road house that you saw with the door open? How do you know that's, well, I've been watching the news and that's the house that's there. It's the house that's always having the people over right there on the hill. Like you would want to make sure he can identify that that's truly the house that he saw with the door open. But this report doesn't tell me that. But the body worn camera was worn. So the interview would be there. This is just memorializing that interview. Okay. And basically at the end of the day, no follow-up. Did you go and get his phone? Can we see if he was pinging in the area? If he had GPS, if he was right there, what time he would have been there? And what this man is saying in this interview is absolutely fucking straight problematic for Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk. And I would say way more for Dylan Mortensen than Bethany Funk. Because Bethany's the one that was talking about a big bang, flash, all this shit happening down right outside her door. Hence, right where that door is. It was wide open. Remember, 8 to 9 hours passed before 911 was called. Nobody tried any life-saving measures. How blue do you think John O'Keefe looked at 6 o'clock in the morning when Karen Reed got on top and was giving mouth-to-mouth to John O'Keefe? Okay, Lawrence Mowry. As early as a 1, 2, 3 on 11/17 when Lawrence Mowry, or I'm sorry, on 11/16 when Lawrence Mowry applied for and was granted the following warrants for the cell phone provider service. On 11/16, only 2 of the roommates had AT&T. The third one, AT&T for Jack Showalter. Okay. And they were this was for a tower dump of all the records and unique device user identifiers, and it was from 3 to 5 and it was a half a mile radius. Anyways, let's go to okay. Lawrence Mowry, here we go. Going back to what they did. So on November 15th, the same day that he went to the corner club, on November 15th, I received an email from Steve G., the father of Kaylee. He stated he had access to some of Kaylee's messages and phone calls. Steve stated he would have blank, his daughter, probably Olivia, contact me. I was able to speak to Olivia, and she sent me various files, including the image from the spokesman review showing a camera on a nearby residence, text messages between Kaylee and Jack D., text messages between Kaylee and her Uber driver, a recent phone call list, and video from the grub truck. I attached these files to the case file. The communication between Kaylee and Decor was located on Decor's phone examination. So, yes, which would also mean that there was a 17-minute phone call. So on November 15th, when this was going down, Mowry is over here knowing about this 17-minute phone call. Now, in the image showing the camera, it was found that residence was at 1112 King Road. The SD card from the camera was brought to the Moscow Police Department, but was the file system of the card was not recognized by any of the forensic computers. Okay, ready? Ann Taylor has a case here. The SD card was brought to the Moscow Police Department. How? When? By whom? So then let's look at the list of evidence. Okay. Also, where was Bethany's iPad located? They were always being very specific, but when they were taking iPads, but when it came to Bethany's iPad, where was her iPad located when they took it? Okay. Let's see. SD card. Okay. Items 1 through 16. Steak knife is item 16. The sheath was item 11. From 1 through 56 on day 1. The day that they had that SD card. SD card is item 213. 213 on 11/17, bitches. Like I said, like a rock. Oh, ready? On November 15th, this is what he did on November 15th. Ready? He is saying on November 15th, he receives his call from Steve. Then we get to the part about this SD card. In the image below, in the image showing the camera, it was found that residence was at 1112 King Road. The SD card from the camera was brought to the Moscow Police Department. When? How? Wait, the SD card right here was brought into evidence on 11/17, 2022 the item number 213 SD card. And then there's another SD card as item 203 on 11/17. Whew. How many SD cards do we have? How many cameras do we have? What the hell's going on? Yep, you heard that right. SD card is item 203. And it's also listed as and under 22M-2017. Problematic because SD card right here, item 213 is 22M-2027. Again, and that is on the 17th. Remember Gunderson? Gunderson was handed an SD card in front of our faces on a body-worn camera, okay, on 11/13. On 11/13. Okay. Ready? The SD card from the camera was brought to the Moscow Police Department. But was the file system of the card was not recognized by any of the forensic computers. The card was returned to the owner and reinstalled into the camera. What? On November 17th, he says, so that's what he's saying is that happened on November 15th. On November 15th, he's saying that Gunderson, same day that Steve calls, but he wrote up a report before this day and mentions nothing. So the same day that he's over there doing shit with Linear, okay, at Corner Club, the 15th, is the same 15th day that Steve called, and he's saying that, this SD card here, it just doesn't, I don't know. In the image showing the camera, it was found that the residence was at 1112, acting like he has no idea about it. The SD card from the camera was brought to the Moscow Police Department, but was the file system of the card was not recognized by any of the forensic computers. The card was returned to the owner and reinstalled into the camera. On November 17th, 2022, Officer John Rosinski recontacted the owner of the camera. PC, that's her name, Peyton, via phone. Peyton stated that she was out of town, but sent a video to Officer Rosinski showing a figure walk to the dumpster and appear to look inside. To preserve any potential evidence on the camera, I asked Peyton if we could seize the entire device, including the SD card. Okay, now wait for it. On 11/17, she said yes, by the way. Okay. To which she stated yes. So let's go look at Ann Taylor's list here. And I want to see if who's. So we have no PC person on here, but he says, she said yes, that you can do that. PC stated that she would not be back in Moscow until approximately November 28th. I directed PC to contact me when she returns to her residence, at which time I will attempt to connect the camera back to her Wi-Fi router and view video from the device. Okay. Then that's what he says. That's November 17th. Well, on November 17th, not one, but 2 SD cards get turned in. Lawrence Mowry says that on November 13th now, he writes up a report. S. Okay. Now, November 18th. Oh, no, not that one. Okay. Lawrence Mowry. 6 reports later. 2 days later on 11/19. On November 13th, I was informed of a possible surveillance camera located at 1112 King Road. He tried to hide all of this shit. Then here's Mowry. Because Ryan Schneider put down that he had contact with me. And, we see Gunderson, though. Gunderson was handed this SD card. Okay. I was informed of a possible surveillance camera located at 1112 King Road. Ryan Schneider had spoken with one of the residents at this location, PC, who had a camera using the Home Eye Pro app on the porch of their dwelling. Schneider provided me with the username and password for the Home Eye Pro account associated with blank. Well, we've watched all the camera. We've watched every single video available so far. Did you guys witness at any point in time any of these girls giving the username and password? No. I heard Ryan Schneider give out his email to say, hey, this is, here's my email. Okay. So I asked Schneider if this video was stored on a cloud-based system for me to view, or if PC could download a copy of the video. I was provided a 32 gigabyte SD card from the camera. I was provided, but the file format was not recognized by any of my forensic computers and prompted me to format the disk. Wait, there is no SD cards that went into evidence on November 13th. None. 0. What the fuck are you doing? Again, let me remind everybody, on November 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, no SD cards are in evidence. None. SD card. 11/17. I was provided. Who were you provided a 32 gigabyte SD card from the camera? Because in your last report, you said that Ryan Schneider gave back the SD card, or you didn't even really give a name, but so I was provided 32 gigabytes SD card from the camera, but the file format was not recognized by any of my forensic computers and prompted me to format the disk. Corporal Schneider informed me that PC could screen capture the video from her phone, and the card was returned to PC to enable her to assist in the acquisition of the data. On November 17, 2022, I requested the assistance of John Rosinski, and he spells it John. His name is Jon, to contact PC and see if she could provide the video from the camera. Officer Rosinski contacted PC, who said that she was in Boise until November 28th. Officer Rosinski PC sent him a video of a male subject walking by the camera at approximately 3:20 hours towards the dumpster. Officer Rosinski's contacted me, and I spoke to PC and requested permission to remove the camera from the residence and she consented. Wait, what? Based on my training experience, I know many of the different video surveillance cameras use a first in, first out storage retention system. This means the newer data overwrites the older data. I don't believe that the 1112 is getting in. What are these SD cards? Where did these come from? SD card on the 17th, and then an SD card on the 17th again. Items 213 and 203. So let's try this one more time. What we have here, in no point in time does Mowry mention the name Gunderson. Okay. What we saw is the SD card was handed to Officer Gunderson. Gunderson had the SD card on 11/13/2022 at, like, I don't know, 2:34, something like that. So SD card from 1112, it goes to Gunderson. And there's no report. This is on 11/13, and it's on body worn camera is our source. So we're going to put that down. And this is approximately, it's between 2:30 and let's just say 4 p.m. I think it's like, then not another word about it. Nor in any report does Gunderson, where can you find a report about Gunderson and what he did with this? So you would look at Gunderson's report. You would put reports about SD card. There's no mention. So if you go back, and what prompts all of this is the fact that Steve called in on 11/15. Okay. Snyder writes in his report that he informed Mowry of, so on 11/13, Ryan Snyder told Mowry about camera and password and username for the app. Hello, Karen. Mowry never writes anything about that in his report. So we get to the first time he ever talks about this is on 11/17. Here we go. And he said that he's basically saying on November 13th, 14th, or 15th that he did nothing with this video. So on November 15th, I received an email from Steve. And one of those things is about this spokesman review showing a camera on a nearby residence. Steve, however, I believe was given that stuff the same way. I believe that Steve got a hold and he actually had the surveillance camera. But he did it the right way, just to say like, hey, let's use the spokesman review, show, hey, there's a picture, that's a camera. Did you guys have it? So I was able to speak to Olivia, he says, and she sent me various files, including the image from the spokesman review showing a camera. Like, why are you even writing this down? Why is this in your report? Why aren't you writing in your report how Gunderson was handed an SD card And I reviewed his body camera and saw that he was handed an SD card. Told him to write up a report about that. Okay. Because we're documenting the chain of custody of this fucking SD card. There is no chain of custody on this SD card. None. If you were to write SD card into a PDF as a trigger word, see what reports it pops up in. I would be using the words SD by itself. I would use SD card altogether. I would use SD space card. And then I would just use card. And I would look into every single page that had any of those things to find what I'm looking for. The SD card from the camera. So then this is what he says. He says, I attached these files to the case file. The communication between Kaylee and Jack Decor was located on Decor's phone examination. And the Twitch feed was previously downloaded. So I would think that Steve and Olivia would ask Jack Decor about the 17-minute phone call. Unless it was a FaceTime, then it wouldn't come up in the records. But if that wasn't not a FaceTime call, that would show up in your phone records, phone bill, your detailed billing. So in the image showing the camera, he says, it was found that what do you mean it was found? It was found that residence was at 1112 King Road. What kind of fucking sentence was that? It was found. In the image showing the camera, comma, it was found that residence was at 1112 King Road. You mean it was found? Your fucking team found it. That camera was located at 1112 King Road by so-and-so and so-and-so when they were neighborhood canvassing, right? Or it was brought to my attention on November 13th, right? It was the same camera that was brought to my attention by Snyder. Why can't he fucking say the truth? Why wouldn't you write up a report and be, what are you doing? This is inaccurate. He makes no report to say how he got a phone call about that goddamn camera. Instead, he wants to talk about how Steve called him up and said, hey, we just want to make sure that you have these items. An article from the Spokesman Review showing a camera. Why wouldn't he say, yeah, Steve, we've already collected that? Or I get that you can't tell him anything. We're already aware of that. Or thank you for the information. I wish I could give you any feedback I can, but it's an ongoing investigation. But thank you. I would expect then every time that Steve reached out to you, Lawrence Mowry, that it would be documented like this. But as you can see, there was no other reports like this in this. And I find that hard to believe that Steve wasn't calling them. Because I know he says that he was. Anyways, this is the most bizarre report I've ever seen, because then he goes on to say, okay, so in the image showing the camera, it was found that the residence was at 1112 King. The SD card from the camera was brought to the Moscow Police Department, comma. How do you know that? How are you saying that? He doesn't know that. He has no fucking clue. There's a report. Go read. Reports 1 through 22. Tell me in reports 1 through 22 who is reporting that the SD card was brought and documenting it. Well, let's go and look at that point. 1 through 22. Corbin Smith, no. Eric Warner, no. Mitch Noonan's, no. Ryan Snyder, no. He just says, I spoke with the residents at the King Road. They informed me that they had a camera. And he says, they first provided me with the SIM card out of the camera. However, they could not get it to work, and neither could I. They gave me the user, and neither could I. They never on any camera gave Snyder the SIM card. They gave me the username and password of the camera. I informed Detective Mowry of the information, and they gave me permission to access the camera footage and record the necessary surveillance video. So, where is the work that Officer Snyder did when he was? Where is there any report? He says, I informed Detective Mowry of the information, and they gave me permission to access the camera footage and record the necessary surveillance footage. So they gave you that permission, but did you actually go and do that? Did you ever access that? If you accessed it, okay, because there's no report that says that I went and accessed it, right? You also have, where is this SD card? It does not get entered into evidence. You don't take it into evidence. It would have been marked on the 13th. It would have been marked on the, it's not. Then you have, but we all saw with our own eyes. We never saw Snyder with a SD card. In fact, with our own eyes, we saw an SD card being collected by Gunderson. So literally in the first 24 hours, we have a fuck up with this SD card. Okay. We have the dogs, no reports of the dogs sent doing anything. We have here. We have Gunderson's not mentioning anything about an SD card. Don't know what they're talking about. And then let's get to the SD card from the camera was brought to the Moscow Police Department, but was the file system of the card was not recognized by any of the forensic computers. The card was returned to the owner and reinstalled into the camera. How about this? Who, when, where, what the fuck are you talking about? This is what Lawrence Mowry is writing, yet he didn't do any of this shit. How are you writing this? Why is he writing this? The SD card from the camera was brought to the Moscow Police Department. You didn't bring it to the police department, though. Who brought it there? Why wasn't it entered into evidence? I have no idea. Thank you, Dean A. Gunderson was given it at 14:56, so 2:56. We'll change our report so we have accuracy here. 2:56 p.m. Gunderson takes this thing at 2:56. Okay, this is how bad their reporting is. So at 2:56 p.m., Gunderson has this SD card. Then so the SD card from the camera was brought to the Moscow Police Department. You don't have any proof of that. There's nothing that came in. There's no report of that. You didn't do it. He's saying the card was returned to the owner and reinstalled into the camera. When? Because the owner left. The owner went to Boise. Remember? They're saying no on the 15th. So on the 15th, the card was returned to the owner and reinstalled into the camera? It just says the car was returned to the owner and reinstalled into the camera. Who? On November 17th, 2022. So that's everything they said happened on the 15th. On November 17th, 2022, Officer John Rosinski recontacted the owner of the camera. Okay. John Rosinski wrote up a report. Ready for this? John Rosinski writes up his reports literally right after they happen, basically. Up until that point, so any report that John Rosinski was a part of, like on 11/14, he wrote up his report for 11/13. He said the following day on 11/14, I learned that the sheath was found inside all of that and what he went and did. On 11/14 at about 11:45, I spoke with Peyton at the Memorial Gym. So he's writing his reports right after stuff's happening. Now check this out. Lawrence Mowry says when he writes this, he says that it was on November 17th, Officer John Rosinski recontacted the owner of the camera, PC, via phone. And she said that she was out of town. So he's saying that somebody went and returned this to her on the 15th. Then they recontacted her, and he's saying that it was John Rosinski. Well, here on 11/21, John Rosinski writes up this report on, he's saying on 11/15, and that has nothing to do with the camera. And Lawrence. Nope. Nada. Okay. So this is just the words of Lawrence Mowry. On November 17th, Officer John Rosinski recontacted the owner of the camera, PC, via phone. PC stated she was out of town, but sent a video to Officer Rosinski showing a figure walk to the dumpster and appeared to look inside. To preserve any potential evidence on the camera, I asked PC if we could seize the entire device, including the SD card, to which she stated yes. Now, I don't think they ever thought that PC would ever see this report or hear about this report. PC stated that she would not be back in Moscow until approximately November 28th, 2022. I directed PC to contact me when she returned to her residence, at which time I will attempt to connect the camera back to her Wi-Fi router and view video from the device. So he would know that if time is of the essence, first in, first out type of stuff, right? Then how in the world are you then going to write this? He says, oh, fuck. I have to write a new report. An 11/19. Okay. On November 13th, I was informed of a possible surveillance camera located at King Road. Ryan Schneider had spoken with one of the residents at this location, PC, who had a camera using the Home iPro app on the porch of their dwelling. Snyder provided me with the username and password for the Home Pro app account associated with PC. Associated with it. I asked Corporal Snyder if this video was stored on a cloud-based system for me to view or if PC could download a copy of the video. I was provided a 32 gigabyte SD card from the camera, but the file format was not recognized by any of my forensic computers and prompted me to format the disk. What the fuck are you talking about? Was Maury really going to tell the jury that he didn't realize when Steve had shown him that picture that those were the same cameras? That's what it seems to me. Is that he was going to act like he had no idea that that's the same camera that at that time. Because ready for this? What the fuck are you talking about? First of all, I was provided a 32. Who provided that to you? Because according to Snyder, he and our eyes, he never actually got the SD card from them. And if at any point in time he did, it doesn't make sense that he's saying, yeah, I couldn't get it to work and they couldn't get it to work. And I just didn't. It's a very bizarre, exchange. And then here, all of a sudden, the girls just come out of the house and they say that they've never given it to anybody. And we see them give it to Gunderson at 2:56 p.m. And it's like that's the first time that they've ever even provided it. And so what that would mean is that Gunderson and Snyder would have had to have a conversation at some point. And Gunderson says, here, the girls gave me this SD card. Maybe you can go back over there and talk to them. Well, where's all of that shit? Because neither Gunderson and I'm telling you, this fucking dog cop here, Snyder, he documents shit. So why wouldn't he have ever said that he took the card and put it in and attached it to his report and put it into evidence on 11/13 when he took the card? Why would you ever take a card, go to the police department, and just start fucking with it? Is that what you're supposed to do? You just start fucking with it? I was provided a 32 gigabyte SD card from the camera. I personally believe that he can't say that report like that. He should be saying who he got the card from, but he doesn't. I was provided a 32 SD card from the camera, but the file format was not recognized by any of my forensic computers and prompted me to format the disk. And I think that's their way of getting in front of the fact that if that was to be ever looked at, it would say that something has been modified. So if you had a forensic person look at that SD card, are you sitting here telling me that it would come back and show that the disk has been modified and the modification happened on 11/13/2022? And I think the answer to that is yes. Because if you're changing the format, that's modification. You prompted me to format the disk. Did you format the disk? Did you, like, that would be altering it, no? Why is on 11/19, the same day, you guys, the same day that the FBI is getting and receiving and saying that for the first time ever, we looked at video, surveillance video, that you guys want us to tell you what the make and model of something is. That was 11/19, 2022, and it's in Immel's report. So on that very same day, Immel says the blooming light, the porch, the balcony, the blooming, we can't, nothing can be, no, nada. We cannot give you an identification. Okay. That is the same day that Maury writes up this report and says how he was provided a 32 gigabyte SD card from the camera. He doesn't know that it came from the camera, though, because he has no idea where the SD card came from unless he wants to write and say, who were you? Who provided you this? And what he was going to say is, I don't recall. You don't recall who provided you this. When you wrote up this report on 11/19 and you're saying that you got the card on 11/13. Okay, well, let's look at the evidence. You didn't enter into evidence an SD card on 11/13. Did you, Detective Maury? No. And nobody else did they? No. So somebody handed you a piece of evidence in this quadruple homicide on 11/13. Corporal Snyder informed me that this woman on 11/13 could screen capture the video from her phone, and the card was returned to. So you returned it to her? How do you know if that card was returned to her? The card was returned to Peyton to enable her to assist in the acquisition of the data. This is fucking wild. Yeah, they blur that out on purpose, though, Dean. That's nothing crazy about that. That's just what they're blurring out, the 1122 the 1112 address. That's all that they're blurring out. That doesn't matter. What matters is there's no chain of custody. This is all a fucking mess. You collected a piece of evidence on 11/13, and what did you do with it? You don't document it. Nobody documented that they took the fucking SD card. We now have proof that Gunderson had this SD card from the girl coming out of the house. Okay? Because remember, Snyder keeps on going back and saying, yeah, hey, did you guys call the police department? Did you guys talk to the police yet? And they're like, what? One girl's in the shower. She's like, no. And then, okay. Then the girl comes running out of the house and hands, here, this is for him. This is this SD card. It's so tiny. And Gunderson's like, what the fuck? Here you go. Gunderson literally puts the SD card in his cruiser and makes no mention of it. So in order for Maury to have that, he would have had to get in contact with Gunderson, okay? And you're supposed to be documenting all of this. But what Maury is saying is that he fucking had the disc on the 13th and was doing stuff with it, attempting to do something with it, and it hasn't even waltzed through fucking evidence yet. So you have something and you don't document it, and then you're formatting something, but it still doesn't work, or whatever the fuck you did. We're gonna have to find out because your notes and your reports suck dick, Maury, per usual. And so he's gonna be able to say, I have no idea. I can't recall who provided me with the 32 SD card. Well, is that because you wrote a report on the 19th for something that happened on the 13th? Is that why you don't recall? Why didn't you write this report on the 13th? Then after all of that, then you write on November 17th, I requested the assistance of Officer John Rosinski to recontact and see if she could provide. And that's where Officer Rosinski wrote in his report that he called. Or are you just restating what you told him to do? Let's see. Yeah, you're just restating. On November 17th, you asked, you already wrote that. Did you realize that on 11/17, you already wrote a report about that? So on 11/19, 2 days afterwards, did your memory suck that you totally forgot what the fuck you did on the 17th and that you already did this? So you're going to write it again and you're going to say on November 17th, I requested the assistance of Officer John Rosinski. You already told us that in a report. Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? So, okay, you want to tell us again on November 17th that you recontacted Peyton and see if she could provide the videos from the camera and remember she was out of town? Yep, you already told us that. Okay. So, Officer Rosinski was received a video of a male subject walking. Yeah, you already told us that. Well, Officer Rosinski contacted me and I spoke to PC and requested permission to remove the camera from the residence, and she consented. When did you do that? Where's the documentation of you going over there and taking this camera out? Let's see. Well, based on my training experience, I know many of the different video surveillance cameras use a first in and first out. Okay, so why, when you wrote your report here on 11/17, two days ago, did you not write what you did on November 17th? Like, why did you stop writing? So you decided at some point on 11/17 that, holy shit, we can't wait till the 28th. We need to get in there now. So hey, we need to recall her because we need to go now. Why wouldn't that be on your 11/17 report for what you did? Like, what are you doing? So you said, based on my training experience, I know many of the different video surveillance cameras are using a first in, first out storage retention system. This means the newer data overwrites the older data. I was concerned data may be lost. Well, wouldn't you have that, I don't know, concern on the 13th? That just dawned on you on the 17th? How long have you been doing this? I requested assistance from Officer Aaron Morris to go to the residence and unscrew the camera from its location. What? Yeah. Wait, the camera screws into a common light bulb base, commonly found on. So wait, do you think that the first time that the camera came out of the socket there was on the 17th? Well, I don't know if they were messing with it. I just know that I contacted Officer Morris to go to the residence and unscrew the camera from its location. So you didn't go out there. You sent Officer Morris to go get it, right? The camera screws into a common light bulb base, commonly found on a porch or patio. Officer Morris returned a short time later with the camera and the SD card. Okay. How do you know that was the same SD card that Officer Gunderson had? On November 18th, I again attempted to view the contents of the SD card. Okay, let me back up. So on November 17th, that's why, okay, so on November 17th, we have two SD cards that come in. Does the light bulb camera hold two SD cards? 213, item 213, and item 203 on the 17th. So you have two SD cards that you put in evidence on the 17th. How many SD cards does a camera hold? 1? So why do you have 2? Why are there 2 SD cards? On November 18th, he says then, I again attempted to view the contents of the SD card. Which SD card now? Because you have 2 of them that you put into evidence on 11/17. He said, I plugged the card into a right blocker and it still was not recognized by the computer. Okay, which SD card? There's 2 of them. I used FTK Imager version, whatever, to make an image of the SD card. Now that the data was on a drive recognized by the operating system, I then use Axiom Magnet version, blah, blah, to parse the data from the card. In reviewing the data, I found over 13,000 individual images from the card. They appear to be individual video frames from the camera. While attempting to view the data on the card, I received a forwarded email from CN, whose sister MK resides at the house. The email started that he was reviewing the video remotely when Officer Morris removed the camera. He stated he saw a suspicious vehicle in the area and was concerned with the video footage stored on the device being overwritten. So we would actually have a timestamp of when the camera was removed. Where is Officer Morris's report? Because I have yet to see Officer Morris's report of him doing this. Let me see. Yeah, I didn't think so. Officer Morris. Officer Morris, did you not write a report? He's gonna be like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Well, Officer Morris, did you go and unscrew the light bulb? You guys, who unscrewed the light bulb? Don't you think that somebody would be writing a report if they, I don't know, unscrewed a light bulb camera and took it into evidence? Where is this fucking report? This is chain of custody, bitch. The fuck are you talking about? Officer Morris does not have a report for doing any such activity. Anybody care about that? I'm double checking one last time. Yeah, no. Officer Morris, nothing. Officer Morris is like, I don't know what the fuck you talking about. I did not go and remove any. So again, Ann Taylor would be calling, like she said, here, Officer Morris. Let's see if he's on our list. Officer Morris, let's talk about your time at the house next door. Aaron Morris, is he on the list? Oh, number 1 person. Ann Taylor's like, the defense calls Aaron Morris to the stand. Officer Morris, are you aware that Detective Mowry told this jury that you went and unscrewed a light bulb camera at 1112 1112 King Road? No, I'm not aware. Did you ever go and do that? Unscrew a light bulb camera? Where? In connection with this case? No. No more further questions. We would like to void dear Officer Aaron Morris before outside the presence of the jury, Your Honor. Okay, sure. What for? Well, for his knowledge of the light bulb camera at 1112. Officer Morris, did you write up a report at any point in time of your time spent at 1112 King Road? Wait, the murder house? No. The house next to it. Oh, I don't believe I've ever been to that house, no. And you didn't write any report of, right? If you went to the house and took evidence and gathered evidence, would you have wrote up a report? Yes. And so there is no report that you wrote up of going, and you don't have any memory of going and unscrewing a light bulb camera. You would have wrote a report, and if you didn't, it didn't exist or it didn't happen. Yeah, I definitely didn't. I did not unscrew a light bulb camera in this case. Okay, Your Honor, we move to, there is, well, we call, outside the presence of the jury, we need to call Detective Mowry to the stand. Okay, what are we doing here? Well, Detective Mowry, do you recall writing up a report on 11/19/2022 and saying that Officer Morris, that you sent Officer Morris to go unscrew a light bulb camera? I've done so many things in this case. I'd have to see. Do you have the report? Sure. Let me take a look. Yeah, I recall writing this. Yeah, let me see here. Is that now? This is my report. Gosh. Oh yes. Let's see. Yes, I was concerned that the data may be lost. I requested assistance from Officer Aaron Morris to go to the residence and unscrew the camera from its location. The camera screws into a common light bulb. Commonly found. Officer Morris returned a short time later with the camera and the SD card. Yes, that's what the report says. Do you recall writing a report that says that you sent Officer Morris to go get an SD card and that was located inside of a camera, a porch camera? Yes. And do you recall writing that he returned a short while later with the camera with the SD card? Yes. Now, are you aware? Hello there. Yeah, sure. I'll have a little bit of that. Are you aware that Officer Morris has no idea what you're speaking about? This is fucking nuts, you guys. Officer Morris, not on the state's witness list. Definitely on the defense witness list. There is no report that Officer Morris went to that house and unscrewed a light bulb camera. Your Honor, we've motioned that there is no chain of custody here. We have an officer stating that he did not go and get the light bulb camera. And according to this officer, he sent him there and he came back with it. And then we have in evidence here 2 different SD cards. But prior to that, from 11/13, we just showed you body-worn cameras of Officer Gunderson actually being the one that got handed the SD card. He makes no report about it. We have no idea where that's at. So we are moving to exclude any and everything of this SD card. Well, Ms. Taylor, you make a great point. We're challenging. How would you like me to challenge this, Your Honor? There's no chain of custody with this SD card. And then there's 2 SD cards that show up in evidence on 11/17 with nobody making a report on the SD card and that they're putting it into evidence. Yeah. What are we going to do here, Hip? What are you going to do? You going to allow this? Yeah, no, Miss Taylor, you know what? We are going to... And then, Your Honor, we have issues because the identification... This all stems in with Hill's reporting. His report is all from watching that video camera from 1112. So we have a problem there too. How do you want me to bring him in to get voir dire to make sure that you hear that, yep, this is the camera angle that he was watching? His report's then inadmissible then. And we object. We object to Officer Morris being asked any questions about this SD card. We object to these SD cards. We object to anything that came from these SD cards. We object to the fact that we cannot properly defend against the, whatever these are called, these iCloud or these screen recordings. There's no proper zero foundation, zero chain of custody. There's nothing. And then they're admitting that they had access to the password and it's saying that it's modified. Your Honor, I just don't know what to fucking do about this whole ordeal. And I'm sure you're just going to allow it, but I want to make my record. So I object to this whole shit show. Is that good enough? Would you like me to be more specific? Ann Taylor called it. She said there's admissibility issues. This is why Dateline was given this shit, because this shit was never going to see the light of day. These exhibits. Ann Taylor's, yeah, we object to this exhibit. This exhibit is, and then we object to Hill offering any expert opinion off of this exhibit. There's nothing here. Again, does it make Brian Kohlberger innocent? No, just they don't have a case. That's the issue. That's what I see. How is Mowry? How is Mowry writing a report about somebody going and doing something, but this person didn't write a report about them ever doing it? And you would point out that, well, Officer Morris, you're really good about writing your reports every time you go and do something. The report's written that day. And now we're dealing with Lawrence Mowry. Like, who are we going to believe here? Because if you're going to let it be admissible, then I'm going to have to bolster Morris's credibility. Okay. And that he's writing up his reports. You see how long this would have taken? This is why they say that you can't, I'm going to have to spend a good chunk. I mean, Detective Mowry would be on the stand for a hot pretty time to showing and discrediting him and everything that he was doing. I mean, these are the same people that went to the Corner Club on the 15th and miraculously was able to view all of the surveillance camera footage in an hour and 15 minutes to write up a report that was 4 hours worth of material. How can one do that? It's pretty crazy. But when you got somebody like Gunderson, I mean, where's his report? Where's his general narrative? The fuck, Gunderson? The best scenario here was a, what do you call it? Is a plea deal. Can you imagine all the people those kids showed that video to over the weekend? It's basically said in reports that the kids had to play around to get it formatted. Well, yeah, and then we have problems with who. That's why the SD card was so important, because if something could be modified. The SD card doesn't come into evidence until 11/17, but then there's two of them that get put in. And Aaron Morris doesn't write a report of ever going there to unscrew the light bulb. I'm sorry, but that light bulb was way unscrewed way earlier than 11/17. And cameras will show that. Videos will show that it was there and that it wasn't there. Lawrence Mowry said that then while attempting to view, then this is when, so then this is what doesn't make any sense. Okay. If he had Officer Morris go to the house on November 17th, right? And remove this stuff. On November 17th, he says, Officer Morris returned a short time later with the camera and the SD card. On November 18th, while attempting to view the data on the card, I received a forwarded email from the person's sister who lived there, resides in the residence. The email started that he was viewing the video remotely when Officer Morris removed the camera. Then he's trying to bolster the fact that, hey, Officer Morris did in fact remove this camera. And I'm like, wait a second, on November 18th, if that camera was removed on November 17th, how could you be watching anything on the 18th? If the camera was removed on the fucking 17th, then there is nothing to see on the 18th. You can't be reviewing anything from the 18th. You would see that what you'd be checking it, and what you would notice is it went off of line, right? Let me repeat that for everybody. On November 18th, 2022, while attempting to view the data on the card, Mowry says, I received a forwarded email from CN, whose sister MK resides at the house. The email stated that CN, was viewing the video remotely. That means like you're watching from the app. So now this motherfucker has CN had access to be viewing remotely from the app. And he was doing it. And when he was viewing it remotely at the same time, Officer Morris removed the camera. He saw a suspicious vehicle in the area and was concerned with the video footage stored on the device being overwritten. Fuck. I was then put in touch with TL, another resident at that address. Well, we all saw how he interviewed Dylan. Okay. Mowry's not like a people person. He just needs to, like, I don't know, stay in the office. But TL stated she would be back in Moscow at approximately 8. What? So this is how dense this man is. You talk to a girl who tells you that she's in Boise and not coming back to the 28th. You know, like 6 broads live up in that piece. Hey, I'm going to need contacts of the other people because remember, he wanted to get this video. There's other people that live there. Well, here, this person, TL, talks to Mowry. And Mowry says, I met with TL at her residence and asked again if she would be willing to assist in recording screen captures on her phone from the evidence or from the device. Why do you need somebody on the 18th to capture screen recordings? You have the fucking app. You have access to the app. You have the SD card. And you just said that you found 13,000 individual images from the card. Are you going to sit here and tell me that there's no actual, like, everything that we've seen, these are screen recordings? So Mowry's like, You're going to be there at your house at 8 on the 18th? Okay. He's like, I met with her at her residence and asked again if she would be willing to assist in recording screen captures on her phone from the device. What the fuck are you talking about? From what device? You want her to capture screen recordings? That means, hello, if she's capturing screen recordings, how do you want her to do this again? So she's just going to be using the app to do it? The same app that you now have and has had since the 13th? Hey, we need you to do this because guess what? It's going to look really suspicious if I do it. What? So he's like, I explained to TL I would replace the camera, gather the information, and then take the camera as evidence. What? You already have it. You got it. Officer Morris, I thought you said got it on the 17th. So let me get this straight. You then check out the camera with the SD cards and you leave on the 18th and you go to this broad's house and you say, I just don't understand his report. Can you explain? I explained to TL I would replace the camera, gather the information, and then take the camera as evidence. So you wanted to... I also explained to TL I needed to take the wireless router since the camera was already linked to the Wi-Fi network. This is what I believe that Steve Gonsalves is talking about when he's talking about things like, I know it's going to be very embarrassing. Things are going to come out that's very embarrassing for the Moscow Police Department. This is what he's talking about, you guys. Like they fucked up so bad. They are fucking horrible at their job. Horrible at their job. And it was going to come out. But what Steve doesn't understand is that he just thinks is that it's going to be embarrassing for them. No, this is inadmissible because there's no chain of custody. There's an officer that's going to testify that he never unscrewed the light bulb camera. He didn't write a report about it. And now Maury's just going over there on November 18th and saying, what? Screen recording stuff? Wait, what are we doing here? This is not just embarrassing, it's called inadmissible. So if 1112 King Road camera goes, do you guys know what that means? That means so much goes from it because Officer Immel's report, or Special Agent Immel from the FBI, he used that footage. The jury's never going to see one thing of any of that shit. And then Hill, who's the path of travel, so then they're not going to see anybody circling. The moment that Detective Maury would have known about that camera that was at that house, that would be the most important piece of evidence that you could possibly get your hand on. And you would want to not send, oh, hey, I'm going to send this. You as a detective, you need to go and do this. How about Idaho State Police has shown up? Why isn't the Idaho State Police, hey, look at this camera right here. Like, I mean, what? People have egos and they're like, okay, wait, hey, how should I do this? I don't want to mess anything up. Like, Gunderson just taking that SD card is absurd. Where is your evidence? Like, you don't have evidence bags in the back of your cruiser. You don't have an evidence bag to mark it when you would have collected that from that girl and put that in something that's small, something that would be in the back of your cruiser, or are you just a lazy fucking slob? This is a quadruple homicide, and he is acting like it's just another day in Moscow. So then here's, and this would have all taken place at first outside of the presence of the jury. because Ann Taylor would be moving to have none of this be in. This is our marathon, 4 hours and 15 minutes. Huh. Mm-hmm. Then he's talking about, you don't realize until the 18th that you're going to need to get the Wi-Fi. I also explained to her that I needed to take the wireless router since the camera was already linked to the Wi-Fi network. Why? TL stated that she would consent and allow both items to be seized. So let's look at this on November 18th. Let's see what comes in. Okay, on November 18th, a camera comes in. A King Road video comes in. I'm sorry. A camera comes in on November 18th. The King Road video doesn't come in until 11/19. On 11/19, the router and modem. Another SD card comes in on 11/20. What? Now we got 3 SD cards. Maybe more. Let's go back and take a look. I reinstalled the camera in the light socket and it powered on. I was able to watch as TL accessed the footage on the camera. During this time, the camera showed a vehicle entering the area at approximately 3:56. That's the first time that he's going to say that he saw a vehicle at 3:56 was after all of this on November 18th. There is no report of ever seeing a car at 3:56 between November 13th and November 18th. It was after voila, whatever those two are doing over there at the house. The camera showed a vehicle entering the area at approximately 3:56 hours and leaving at a high rate of speed at approximately 4:20. What about aren't you at all concerned about the vehicle on November 18th, about the vehicle that would have came at 3:45? What about the person that's walking down around? It looks like they're walking with like a flashlight. Dude, Maury is behind all the fuckerage. Book it. And I think it's just because he's just, I don't know if he's an airhead. I don't know what. I can't even believe it. Both items were then taken back to the Moscow Police Department as evidence. Well, what were you doing with them? Because on the 18th, like I said, a camera was the only thing that went in. When I say both items, what are both items? What are both? I uninstalled the camera and seized the wireless router. Okay. Well, why didn't you put the router in? If you put the camera in on the 18th, why didn't you put the router in on the 18th? Instead, you put the camera in on the 18th, and then on the 19th, you do the router and the modem. That would be 3 things. On November 19th, while reviewing the videos located at 3:56 a.m. and 4:20, it appeared the vehicle left the area and may have traveled on Walenta Drive. However, the video stopped In an attempt to see further and gain perhaps a better resolution, I reconstructed the wireless network the camera operated on by powering on the wireless router. I downloaded the Home Eye Pro app on my work phone. I was able to use the app and download the video clips. You weren't able to do any of this without any of this? I find this ridiculously hard to believe and absolutely laughable that one would think that they would need any of this, because if you can watch your app, if you have the app and you can watch your camera from anywhere and from Boise, okay? So what are you talking about, Maury? Are you trying to sit here and tell this jury that at no point in time did you ever download that app and look at anything prior to November 19th? Well, then you're a fucking dumbass that you would just sit on evidence for 5 days, 6 days and not do anything with it. A camera that shows you who's coming in and out of, like, right there. Like, wow. If you really want me to believe this. I don't believe it. I do not believe this written up narrative, Maury, that you're writing here on 11/19. Then you tell us in this report that it looks like the car left and went to Walenta Drive. The video stopped, though. I was able to use the app and downloaded the video clips. These clips included audio, which were not a part of the screenshots completed. Dude, they can't write, they can't type. Which were not a part of the screenshots completed and were able to capture a longer duration. In the clips, the vehicle's exhaust and acceleration can be heard, as well as seeing the vehicle leave at a high rate of speed on Walenta. So what you're saying is we have reason to believe that this is all enhanced after you did whatever you did, or potentially manufactured. This is pretty wild. So you were never talking to any of these girls to ask them, hey, does your app, can you hear sound? After capturing the clips, I disconnected the camera and Wi-Fi router and placed them into evidence. The videos were placed onto a DVD and placed into evidence. Let's take a look. Well, again, like I said, on 11/19, on 11/18, the camera was checked in. That means you would have had to sign it out after 11/18 to use and do whatever you were doing here on November 19th. And then on 11/19, you checked in the router and the modem, a note, a camera, the camera may be back in, and an SD card, another note. But where are these, this DVD? Oh, the King Road video. The King Road video on 11/19. That's your DVD on 11/19, the King Road video. Yeah. Maury got his dick boomerang style. Like, ridiculous. This is so bad. Okay, sounds good, detective. Now, on November 19th, at approximately noon, I met with Detective Maury, who tasked me with downloading surveillance video footage from several USB memory drives. So on November 19th, Detective Maury tasked Dollinger, who's now the captain. Detective Maury gave me multiple small manila envelopes which contained USB drives. Detective Maury gave me multiple small manila envelopes which contained, then he gave me memory drives collected from the multiple different investigators. Ann Taylor asked you about this, Detective Mowry, and you had no fucking clue what she was talking about. Detective Mowry asked me to download the videos from all the drives and to place them onto an external hard drive, which Mowry provided me with. You don't remember any of this, Mowry, do you? Well, we have you saying that you don't recall this in a previous proceeding. I'll be happy to show you your sworn testimony from that proceeding. So same day at 11:19, Mowry asked me to copy all of the videos from the portable hard drive then. So after he put it on the hard drive, taking all of them, then he asked me to take the external hard drive and download that to the M drive on our City of Moscow network, where he created a folder where working copies of the videos could be stored. So you didn't have a working copy of any of the surveillance videos that had been collected up to that point until November 19th. By any investigator, there was no working copies. After downloading the videos from the individual USB memory drives, so let me get this straight. These were never put in evidence, all these USBs. Are you fucking kidding me? Stop it. Oh my God, hold on. What an idiot. Okay, so none of these individual USB drives were entered into evidence? Nope. After downloading the videos from the individual USB memory drives, I placed them back into the manila envelopes they came in from and sealed them with evidence tape. I did find 2 of the USB memory drives, which came from the same envelope, did not contain any video footage, and I returned them to Detective Mowry. Once all the videos were downloaded to the portable hard drive, I then copied them all to the M drive on the city network and returned the hard drive to Detective Mowry. Here's my question. How many were there? How many were there? What was the total number of individual USBs? Did you create a spreadsheet? Did you label these? Where are these? When were these put into evidence? So these were all just chilling in Detective Mowry's cabinet. Hey. Oh, thanks so much, ISP. You got all those? Yeah, just throw them in here. Okay, here we go. Yep. Okay, thanks. Oh, hey, Donger. I have a ton of these. Everybody was going out collecting from all the businesses. They're all in here. What? Yeah. So they're not in evidence? No, they're just right here in my filing cabinet. Okay, so what do you want me to do? They're all here in these individual manila envelopes. They're smaller ones, but then they're all in one big one. If you could just go through them, download them to this external hard drive I had here, then take the external hard drive, plug it into the system, and drag everything over so it's in the M file for it's a working copy for everybody to go ahead and look at. Okay. Yeah. And then just return everything to me. Return the just then give me everything back once you do all that. Okay. Sounds good. So, Detective Mowry, where are all these individual USB drives? Who was tasked with when you were collecting them that you were, I don't know, documenting them to see which ones you had. And then here we have 2 that didn't actually, there was nothing on them. Which ones are those? Where are these? Let's see. What day was this? Well, that's what he did for me on 11/19. Oh, the same day that you were fucking around with on 11/19. The 112 King. Okay. Let's see. So on 11/19, what'd you put into evidence? A comforter, a camera, drop paper, 2 hairs, a buccal swab, apparent hairs, cigarette butt, note, DNA, and router. Some stain swabs, latent lift cards. Anywhere on there that you see USBs? No. How about on 11/20? Power cord, iPhone, SD card, note, diary, iPhone. No. No USBs? Okay. How about 11/21? Cigarette butts, buccal swabs, blood swabs, DNA swabs, JBL speaker, UE speaker, portable speaker. Anything on 22nd? No. Anything on 23rd? No. Anything on 24th? No. Okay. How about on well, did you guys work on the 24th? Wasn't that Thanksgiving? Yeah, we did work. And we on 11/24/2022, we put a glove into evidence. So you did put a glove into evidence on 11/24? Oh boy. Okay. Then what'd you do? Any USBs? The first time I see the word thumb drive USB is there's one on 12/7. How about like an external hard drive? No. And that takes you to the 15th of December. Yep, no external hard drive, no nothing. When do you put this into evidence? Your external hard drive that you drug and copied. Oh, USPS envelope? No, that's not it. Hold on. You know, I don't recall. Well, does it say, it says, did you write up a report that you were collecting USBs? I don't recall. What? And these would be all the video surveillance from all over the city? Yeah. Yeah. Well, weren't you fucking trying to find this white car? Sure was. Okay. Let's see. External hard drive. God, I can't. Detective Mowry, what the fuck are you doing? Okay. Since we're going to go back to Justin Dean here, since Mowry doesn't know a fucking thing. You keep searching, buddy. Can you believe this? Just nothing in evidence. Justin Dean. Detective, aren't you? Sure am. Okay. Isn't it true on November 21st, 2022, you were tasked with looking into and following up with a possible lead? And what were you told on 11/21? I was told that the Mexican cartel drug dealer with the moniker something with a C was possibly selling drugs to several fraternities and sororities on the University of Idaho campus. I told Captain Barrett I would contact several of my contacts to see if anyone knew of this moniker. Now, weren't you the detective that went and asked the sorority president if Ethan and Xana were selling or doing drugs out of their house, and you said potentially cocaine, but no one was selling it or you didn't know about it? Didn't you have something to do with that? Yep. So are you like the drug detective on campus? Like, do you handle like the drugs? Just seems like you're doing all the stuff with the drugs. So would you be in charge of people like Tisdall and the people that were part of the undercover task force for drinking and drugs? Did they report to you? can you tell us a little bit about the Quad City Drug Task Force, QCDTF? Oh, that, sure. I would totally agree there. Let's check in. Janet, Kelly. Look at who else? Oh, Amanda. Cheers. Welcome. William. Tip. Karen. Hello, Mylana. What are you doing? You're watching now, but go back later. Oh, love you too, Firecracker. Where you been at? What you been doing? Karen turned 10 people green. Thank her. Karen's the best. We've been going at it for 4 hours and 36 minutes. Man, I feel like you have a bomb coming. Oh, there's every report's a fucking bomb. Lana, when are we going to hear from Cyree? Oh, I talked about that earlier. As soon as there's no more investigation with this leak and his report still hasn't been cleared, and I don't know how strict their NDAs are. So we should know here soon. I think his report's going to be cleared, though. I mean, Hibbler's been leaving. I mean, how can you not? Okay. So Justin Dean, at approximately 12 p.m., I began contacting my fellow Quad City drug task people, Brett Damon, Colby Martin, and Bryson. None of the detectives had heard of something with a C name selling cocaine in the Quad Cities. At approximately 12:11, so he did all of that in a 7-minute period. So for 7 minutes, he looked into this moniker. 7 minutes. You think that's crazy? 7 minutes. Dude, 7 minutes. So at 12:04, I began contacting my fellow Quad City drug task peeps. Then at approximately 12:11, I reached out to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. So he was able to contact 1, 2, and 3 people. And in a 7-minute period, they said, we have no idea what you're talking about. Okay. 7 minutes is how you determined if this was a legit tip or if this tip had any legs. 7 minutes. At approximately 12:11, I reached out to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives ATF Special Agent TJ Wahira out of the Spokane, Washington office and asked him about this name. The special agent hadn't heard of this person, but said he would reach out to other agencies in the area about him. How about this? Let's go back to this. On November 21st, I was asked by Captain Tyson Barrett to follow up on a possible lead. So Tyson Barrett is the one that gave the tip about the whole walking the dog and the door was open. Okay. Right? So that was a tip that was called in. So Tyson Barrett is the person that was saying, here, follow up with this. Who's picking which leads? Remember Ann Taylor asked this? Of Brett Payne, like, you're getting all these leads and you're tracking down all of them or whatever pertinent ones. Who's determining what's pertinent? And I want to read this tip. What's this tip? What's the tip? For Captain Tyson Barrett to say, hey, follow up on this possible lead. Was it multiple tips that mentioned this C name? And so what you did to follow up with this was a 6 or 7 minutes, 12:04 to 12:11, you called and contacted 3 people. Then At 12:11, you contacted one other person. I spoke to blank at approximately 13 hours, and now this person is redacted at 17:25 hours. Blank and blank said that they never heard of a C selling cocaine in the area. Blank said he would contact me if he heard anything. Well, I also spoke with another person, Brendan Demeyer, with the Benton County Sheriff's Office in Washington. Why him? Why did you speak with him? Why were these people the people that you contacted? I don't get it. No, these are just my contacts because so Anne would have to go into that. Like, why did you pick these people? Don't you have CIs? Think about it. So my guess is that these redactions that come in this next paragraph here, where he says, I also spoke to, it's a CH person and a JP person. And an H. And so these two people, who I believe are CIs, said that they never heard of a blank selling cocaine in the area. So you only have 2 CIs? Come on, man. I will be waiting to see if any information can be found out about this C word. Again, that was Justin Dean. He did this on November 21st, and then he wrote his report on November 22nd. So 4 people are dead, killed, murdered. And they literally put in maybe 10 minutes, according on paper, into looking into the drugs. Don't you think that's crazy? We got to talk about this one more time. What evidence did Captain Dullinger take from the Moscow Police Department and travel to Boise with? Because the stuff that he writes down that he did on November 18th, you guys, those items were not even checked into evidence until 11/24, 11/23, 11/19, 11/23, and 11/23. Like, he's the captain. I mean, he's the chief now. How the fuck can you be so bad at details that you have to write in a report that your reports are supposed to be accurate? You're supposed to have somebody check them. And then Roger motherfucking Lanier checks this shit. Yep, everything looks great here. Roger, all you would have to do is look at one of these items and see, oh my God, you couldn't have possibly done this on November 18th because this item didn't come into evidence until the 24th. So you might want to check that report. So not only does it go past Dullinger, who becomes the chief, but it gets past Roger Lanier. And this is really important stuff because you're going and you're transporting evidence to go be tested at the lab. Let's see Anne's list again here. Anne was going to call to the stand. Anthony Dollinger. And it was going to be all about report number fucking, I'm telling you, report 38. Damn. Right now I have to give myself an A, an accuracy. Talk about a huge bombshell today was that Justin kid. Put a 1 in chat this whole time if you thought that it was Jeremy that walked his dog and said that the door was open. Mm-hmm. See? Be honest. Tell me if you thought it was a 1 in chat, if you thought it was this Jeremy guy that went and walked his dog. What about Justin? I missed everything. Oh, well. What's the timestamp of that? They need to go check that out. Okay, so let's see. Now, I'm telling you, Lawrence Mowry would have been on the stand forever. Forever. Okay. You guys ready for this? On November 17th, Jack DeCore was interviewed by Sergeant Mike Van Leuven from the Idaho State Police Department. This is what Mowry writes up on 11/28. But Jack DeCore was interviewed at Moscow Police Department on the 13th, okay? And he didn't have his phone, like they took his phone. So on November 17th, Jack DeCore was interviewed by Sergeant Mike Van Leuven from the Idaho State Police at the Idaho State Police District 1 office. At that time, he provided his phone to Sergeant Van Leuven, along with the consent to the search the phone. What? That phone is an iPhone XR with IME number blank, transported to the Coeur d'Alene Police Department Forensic Lab at blank in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I applied for and was granted a search warrant to access the contents of the iPhone. Do you understand? If you go back and now you read, remember when he tells and writes up his report about Steve Gonsalves talking about, hey, we have these screenshots, and he's like, yeah, we knew about all of this stuff from Jack DeCore's examination from his phone. Why in the world is Detective Lawrence Mowry saying that on November 17th that Jack DeCore was interviewed by Sergeant Mike Van Leuven from the... Why is he making it seem like that's when Jack DeCore's phone was taken? Are you going to sit here and tell me that for some reason you weren't acting like you took Jack DeCore's fucking phone from Moscow Police Department and that you downloaded it because y'all fucking did? We saw his interview. Jack DeCore calls his mother and they're taking the phone. I'm not going to have my phone. So Mowry writes up a police report on 11/28 for something that he wants to talk about on November 17th about what somebody else fucking did. So Mike Van Leuven. Then, we don't even know if that's true. And if it is true, that's great. But why aren't you just talking about the fact that you guys did it? Why wouldn't you be leaving that up to Sergeant Mike Van Leuven? And I'm going to tell you why, because there was an issue here. The issue is that I applied for and was granted a search warrant to access the contents of the iPhone. Why did you have to access a search warrant to contact? I thought, so you didn't have permission? So you had to get a search warrant? Like, Maury's going to have to explain all of this. Like, what are you talking about? The phone was to be extracted by Detective Dustin Taylor. And now this is how I can tell you that when he writes in his report, just literally on 11/17 about Jack DeCour's phone, he's over here acting like he didn't have the phone extraction in this report here, but he knows that he's already had it because he had the MPD one. Like, are these, like, does Detective Maury need to be tested for amnesia or like short-term memory? Like, he sucks. His reports are so all over the place. The phone was to be extracted by Dustin Taylor of the Coeur d'Alene Police Department. Detective Mike Van Leuven had taken the phone to Dustin Taylor at the computer forensic lab at Coeur d'Alene Police Department. Why are you writing any of this? This is not what, none of these things is what Maury did. If Maury wants to say that he applied for a search warrant on 11/17, that's how I would be starting it. On 11/17, I applied for and was granted a search warrant to access the contents of Jack DeCour's iPhone. Instead, he wants to talk about this bullshit. I emailed a copy of the warrant to him at 16:43 hours on November 17th. Why are you doing any of this? I thought you already got into his phone when you interviewed him in Moscow because you want to know why, how, like, you guys, the report that he just wrote up, literally 20 reports earlier, says that whatever Steve provided us on 11/15, we already had the examination of DeCour's phone shows us that. What? Look at this. Right here, report 22. Didn't you just say in a report I was able to... It says, attach these files to the case file. The communication between Kaylee and DeCour was located on DeCour's phone examination, and the Twitch feed was... And you wrote this on 11/17. You wrote this report, so you already knew and got into Jack DeCour's phone, right? Oh, shoot. Yeah, I didn't think that you guys would figure that out. Uh-huh. So you're into Jack DeCour's phone on 11/17. Is it because you didn't have consent from him? Is it because you acted all weird and how you were like, oh, we're just taking these phones and blah, blah? I mean, what the fuck's going on here? You write this up on 11/17 for something that you did on November 15th, right? You already had the examination. Now you write up a report on 11/28 and you're talking about like on November 17th, that when he's being interviewed by Mike Van Leuven, that they're taking the phone and you're making it seem like you have to apply for a search warrant. Why are you applying for a search warrant to access the contents of the iPhone? Didn't you already access it when you downloaded and you had the examination? I mean, what's going on here? Well, and you don't even have the phone here. Somebody else does. It's out in Coeur d'Alene. It says that the data on the phone was forensically extracted at that location on November 18th. So what did you have on 11/17 if the information was not extracted until the 18th? What extraction did you have, detective, on 11/17 when you wrote up your police report? About that. Yeah. Okay, so then on November 19th, Idaho State Police Detective, altogether, you thought his name was Rich Alderson altogether. Do you understand that his name is Richard Alderson and it's separated? It's not Detective Rich Alderson as one word. Do you understand that? Oh, yeah. Sorry. I thought his name was Detective Richard Alderson as one name. You thought his last name was Rich Alderson. Are you a fucking idiot? You guys can't make this up. It says Detective Rich, capital R-I-C-H, lowercase A-L-D-E-R-S-O-N. Detective Rich Alderson is like his last name. This whole thing. Okay. So again, if we were to look this up, if I tried to find a detective that went by the name of Rich Alderson, last name is Rich Alderson. Oh, there we don't have a detective by the last name of Rich Alderson here. Oh, well. Detective Mowry. This is fucking crazy. Detective Mowry, are you aware that his name, first name is Rich, last name is Alderson? Okay, sure. Well, on November 19th, Idaho State Police Detective, Rich Alderson, 2 words, retrieved the phone from the forensic lab and delivered the phone to Jack DeCour's mother per the attorney's wishes. On November 21st, 2022, Detective Anderson of the Idaho State Police provided Sergeant Van Leuven. Who is Detective Anderson? I think that's a typo. I think it's Detective Alderson. So now you name him another last name, which is Detective Anderson? Yeah, sorry. So on November 21st, 2022, Detective Alderson, not Anderson, of the Idaho State Police provided Sergeant Van Leuven with a USB drive containing the extraction. Sergeant Van Leuven, you know that Van Leuven's two words too, okay? No? One word? Then provided the USB drive to me. This is your chain of custody. I love it. So Sergeant Van Leuven then provided the USB drive to me, and it was placed into the secure forensic lab at the Moscow Police Department. An examination will be completed at my earliest convenience. Detective Mowry, why didn't you already examine it? You said in your last report that you knew that DeCour had those calls with Kaylee. How did you know that if you did not go through the examination? So here's just another examination of Jack DeCour's phone. Since the warrant was not served, I did not complete a warrant return receipt as nothing was collected. What? Court documents were sent to the Latell County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. Do you guys see how many? This is just one big problem. So, Detective Mowry, you wrote this report on November 28th, correct? Yeah. But this all transpired on November 17th, 18th, 19th, and 21st, with your first involvement on November 21st, because when you received a USB drive. Well, and I wrote up the search warrant. You wrote up the search warrant. Why didn't Mike Van Leuven write up the search warrant? So you're documenting stuff that you're trying to be like the chain of custody here, and you have no idea. You have no personal knowledge of any of this, though, right? This is all hearsay. This is all what? What the fuck are you doing? And who signed off on this report? John Lawrence, Detective John Lawrence. And he retired when? 15 days after he signed off on that report? Is that right? He retired early, didn't he? Fuck these people. Oh, they're just so good though at their jobs. Let's see who else Ann Taylor does she have on her list. Oh. God damn it. Okay. Are you aware that there's a Jeff Anderson that works for the FBI? So I have a question. When you messed up with Alderson, is there a chance that it wasn't Detective Anderson? Could it have potentially been FBI agent Jeff Anderson? Was he involved in anything to do with Jack DeCour shit? You know what? I don't recall. I just don't know anything. You're right. I just should have never been writing up half these reports. Oh, wait, what's this? Okay. Maori. Okay. I have a question. Report 47. On November 13th, 2022, I was directed to interview potential witnesses in regards to the incident at 1122 King Road. That's what you wrote, Lawrence Bowery. Yes, I wrote that. During this process, I was tasked with extracting data from the following phones: DM, BF, JD. Who's JD? Yeah, about that. Jack DeCour. Okay. Why are you writing up a search warrant on the 17th for Jack DeCour if you've already received permission? I was tasked with extracting data from the following phones. You already had his phone. You already extracted his data. Yeah, let me take a look here. You make no mention that Jack DeCour's phone was not able to be extracted, right? Yeah, about that. Yeah, I was able to get into his phone and I downloaded it and I had everything. Okay, so then why are you writing up a search warrant on 11/17? Isn't it true because you never obtained, I don't know, permission to do anything? Like you just kind of like what are you doing? I received signed consent forms from who? Well, M, D, A, and C. You received a signed consent form from DeCour? Where is that? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I was informed by Brett Payne that Funk provided verbal consent to her phone to be extracted. The phones were extracted using the following forensic software. Yep, Cellbrite. Upon completion of the extractions, the phones were returned to their owner as promptly as possible. When was Jack DeCour's phone returned to him? What's promptly as possible? Like you didn't mark down when you returned any of this stuff to them? How long did this take? I have no idea. I don't remember. The data extracted was saved to a computer located in the secure forensic computer lab. A forensic examination. So, did you download these? Did you then put them on USBs? How are they given to us? The defense. This is fucking crazy. You guys, why in the world would they go and get Jack DeCour? Did you think that was Jack DeCour using a different phone at that time? Like, did you still have Jack DeCour's phone so that when he then started using a different phone, and so then you on the 17th, then ISP took that phone? Was Jack DeCour have two phones? Like, what? Anybody? Do you guys not communicate with each other? Didn't you tell, what's his name? Van Leuven, who's going to interview Jack DeCour, hey, we already have his phone. Like, why are you, we don't need to take it. Well, he had used it for a couple days after that. And so we wanted to get more information to see if he was like, so you took his phone again so you could download it to get 2 more days worth? I It was like 4 more days worth. So he was a really big person of interest, wasn't he? Yeah. Aunt Taylor would have pointed that out. Aunt Taylor would have pointed out the fact that you collected his phone, but then you wanted to get those extra 4 days, right? So you did it again, right? And then Jack DeCour's parents were like, give us that fucking phone back, you pieces of shit. Mm-hmm. Isn't that right? Yep. Good for his parents. Oh. Okay. Ready? Aaron Morris. You're really good about writing your reports, aren't you? Yep, sure am. On 11:30, you wrote a report for the same day that you did that again. You did something on 11:30. You wrote a report, and you assisted the FBI with removing the center stacks from Ethan's Ford Explorer and Madison Mogan's Chevy Cruze. Right? Once the center stacks were removed, I booked them into the Moscow Police Department as evidence. I photographed the serial numbers and attached them to this case. Right? So you would have done the same thing if you would have removed a light bulb camera. Okay. You would have made a report and marked it and put it into evidence, right? Yes, I would have. Because you did that with every single report. You always wrote your report the same day, didn't you? Sure did. And if there's not a report out there that says it's you, I can tell you there's not a report out there. I can tell you that I didn't do that. I never unscrewed a light bulb camera from the porch of 1112. Okay, perfect. There's no report of me doing that. I didn't. It's because I didn't do it. Because if I had done it, I would have made a report. Are you aware that Detective Mowry says that you did in his report? So if Detective Mowry wrote that in his report, he'd be mistaken, right? Yes, definitely. This is absolutely crazy. What is the Ford Center stack? The infotainment center. So on 11:30, they wanted to know. They wanted the Ford Explorer and Maddie's Chevy Cruze. And Bethany did Bethany have permission, do you know, to drive that Chevy Cruze? Wasn't like Maddie her big and she was the little or whatever? Okay. And she didn't have a car then, right? Ooh. Right. What do you guys think? Why was the Ford Explorer and Maddie's infotainment center taken? Why did they have any reason to believe that that mattered in the investigation? Yep. It was to get the information off of the infotainment center. To see if there was any information at least on it. To see when the Explorer arrived. To see if it had left, it had come back. Do you think there would have to be some type of information, though, to come out maybe in an interview? Tyson Barrett. On 12/5. Listen to this report. At about 10, I met with L.E., that's the name, at the University of Idaho Office of Civil Rights and Investigation. I provided this person with a USB flash memory drive, and she downloaded information that was requested by the investigation team. Why would you write up a report and not, why you went to talk to that person? That was to get the information about the Hyundai Elantras. / could it have been for the other charts? There were 6 or 7 charted cars that it could have been. Okay. Why in the world would he write up a report, Captain Barrett, so vague? And he said that he did this on 12/5. I returned to the police department and gave the USB drive to Maria, whatever her last name is, with the FBI. You didn't make and then guess who reviewed it? Captain, now Chief, Anthony Dollinger. Who writes up a report? I was just basically a gopher to go meet with this person, provide them with this USB flash memory drive, and they were going to be downloading the information that was requested by the investigation team. Aren't you part of the investigation team? So you had no idea what was being asked to go and get. But how we know all of this is by other reports. So Dollinger signs off on this 40 minutes after it's written. This report took 2 minutes to write. It started at 10:46 a.m. and it was finished being wrote up at 10:48 a.m. And he wrote it on the same day. So at 10 o'clock, he went and got this. Then he got back to his office. And within from 10 o'clock to 10:46 a.m., he met with this person, gave him the USB. The USB information was put on it. Then got back, handed this off to Maria from FBI, and then sat down, started up his report at 10:46 in 1 second, and then was done, entered at 10:48 in 14 seconds. And then Dollinger saw it on the same day, 40 minutes later, reviewed it and said, looks great. Why would it be such a secret to not write in a report what the information you were going and seeking? Why would that be so secretive? I get if you want to keep it a secret but in your reports, why aren't you being as thorough as possible? I just took a USB down there. This is the person I met with. They put whatever they're getting on it. I had no idea what it was. I just went and did it. Okay. And so you didn't check it to see if anything was on there. You just how do you know that there was anything on it? How do you know that it worked? I don't. Okay, sounds good. Again, because we're trying to pin down the point of when you focus in on a white Hyundai Elantra. Like, we want to know if the people at the school were providing you. If the FBI is telling you that this could be one of 7 cars, wouldn't you be asking the university to provide you with, out of those 7 make and models, I need anybody that has a pass here with any type of make and model. And then you would put them in an Excel spreadsheet that said, these are these cars, this is this make, for the 7 different charts. On 12/5, if you're going to sit here and tell me that you only went and sought out the white Elantras, how did you determine that out of the 7 possibilities that it was that? You can't. If the experts are telling you it could be one of those 7, you would be a fool not to get all of the fucking information. It's like, when did somebody determine that we're going to say that it's just this one? That it's the Elantra. That's absolutely stupid. That is absolutely, nobody would do that. Nobody would do that. You'd have to be an absolute moron to only go and get the one charted when there were 7 different charts that it could be. And when I say charts, because the FBI said that vehicle is consistent with being one of 7 different make and models. So pathetic. And that's why the defense had said so early on, we're still unclear as to why and when the state went with their flawed that they're picking that it's an Elantra. Especially if the FBI is telling you, hey, we can only say it's one of 7 off of the vehicle that's on Ridge Road. These other ones, we can't even tell you any, we can't give you any description of what that is, because we're not able to use that. We can't use that in our software. It's not spitting anything out. And this is why it almost seems like, and you have to look at that date. That date is 12/5. We needed to be specific. Lawrence Mowry writes up a report on 12/5 and wants to talk about something that he did on November 18th. Well, Detective Mowry, you were writing up your reports. Like, why is this report 57? Why isn't this report like, I don't know, 20? He's saying on November 18th, I applied and was granted a geofence warrant for any data associated with anonymized information location or located within the following latitude and longitude points. And there was 4 points. Okay, not just one, which would be like around the house, you guys. Okay. So you're going to sit here and tell me that of those 4 points, the Washington State University wasn't one of them to preserve. This is how you would preserve the area. If you think that people go travel from this campus to that campus, right? So you have 4 points, point 1, point 2, point 3, point 4. Special Agent Nick Balance with the Federal Bureau of Investigation assisted in the production and service of the warrant. This is on 12/5. On November 18th at approximately 11:30 at night, the warrant was served email at blank@google.com. On November 20th, 2022, Special Agent Balance received notice the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. The data files were downloaded to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow Police Department. Based on the information received and in correlation with cell tower records previously reviewed, 2 of the anonymous identifiers were found to be of interest. 1 and 2. One of them being Molly McMichael. Who is this other number that's of interest? Okay. So they're saying 2. Okay. Were found to be of interest. Those identifiers were 1 and 2. On November 20th, 2022. I applied for and was granted a warrant for any data associated with the previous identifiers, including subscriber information. Special Agent Nick Balance with the Federal Bureau of Investigations assisted in the production service of the warrant. So we know Molly was one. Who's that second person? On November 20th, 2022, at approximately 10:14 p.m., the warrant was served email. On November 20th, 2022, Special Agent Balance received notice the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. How? If you served this warrant at 10:14 p.m., that means you were able to get this back within an hour and 45 minutes. Okay. On November 20th, Special Agent Balance received the notice that the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. Wow. Again, on the last one that they sent on November 18th at approximately 11:30, what they sent for at Google to do the geofence, they got that back on November 20th. Okay. Then on November 20th, so this is what I believe some stuff is happening here with the whole. So you're going to sit here and tell me that you file off, hey, here's our search warrant. We got it. Here it is at 10:15. We sent it via email. Do you understand that that's Idaho time, 10:15? Do you understand what time that would be for East Coast Google? Where's Google? Where was this sent at? What time zone? Because they somehow get this data requested back to them within an hour and 45 minutes in the middle of the night. The data files were downloaded to the forensic computers located in the secure forensics computer lab at the Moscow Police Department. It was found one of the identifiers came back to the phone number of blank. I completed the warrant return receipt. And who was the other one to? Who did the other one return back to? You don't think Ann Taylor asked that? Fuck yeah, she did. I wonder who the other one returned back to. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to the Latell County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. I also emailed a copy of the receipt to Google. Dude, what? So Detective Mowry gives it to Nick Balance. Nick Balance sends it on over at 10:14. And then on November 20th, you don't say when you received the notice that the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. But when you're saying when you sent it out and when you served it, you're writing the exact timestamp. I'm just curious how fast this information was given back and how you did that. Let's take a look at this Facebook warrant one more time. Okay, ready? On November 21st, 2022, I requested and was granted a warrant for Meta, the parent company for Facebook. And so this is what for the accounts associated with the following identifier. So Instagram, there was 1, 2, 3, 4. And then Facebook, there was 1, 2, 3. And I believe it was Jack Decor, Bethany, and Dylan. And then the Instagram ones, I don't know which ones those were. But during the service of the warrant, I found I was not able to add the phone number of blank as an identifier for Jack Decor. This information was not entered into the portal. So that cell phone number for Jack DeCour didn't match up with his Facebook account. I received an email from blank at records at Facebook providing me with the internal case ID numbers. So I'm interested in that. No information was returned for the account associated with the phone number blank. Jack DeCour has Facebook. What did he sign his Facebook account up with? I'm just curious. He probably had did he have a different cell phone number? I don't know. Anything that Maori writes, you have to take double takes over here. Okay. This report 59 is proof beyond any reasonable doubt that nobody was in the phones of any of the victims, at least on by 12. What would be the date here? Okay. Nobody could have looked at any data associated with the victims' phones until 11/29/2022. No data from the victims' phones could have been looked at prior to 11/29/2022, according to Report 59. And this is beyond a reasonable doubt here because it's in black and white. These phones of the victims literally were driven all over the creation. All over. These phones on November 15th went from being in Moscow to then Danny Vargas transporting them to CDA. And they were attempted to be unlock them and get in, but they couldn't. I then asked, Maori says, I then asked assistance from Tyson Barrett in attempting to gain PIN codes from family members to access the data on the devices. I was provided PIN codes for Mogan, Chapin, and Xana, which successfully unlocked the devices. The PIN code provided by Kaylee's phone did not unlock the device. On the 3 devices I was able to unlock, meaning Maori, performed advanced logical extractions. Then a report for each device will be completed separately. Why wouldn't he do a full file extraction the first time? On November 20th, I again requested the assistance of Detective Taylor to gain a full file system extraction on the 3 unlocked ones. What are you doing? So why wouldn't you go full file right from the beginning? Because each time that you do these type of downloads, you can lose material. And you would lose, he would know that. Jesus Christ, would you know that? Hearing it for one time, oh my God. And one of those big things would be the whole powering on and off. Anyways, so on November 20th, oh, you know what? 4 days later, I'm just deciding that we should probably be doing a full file. So the phones were delivered to CDA Police Department on November 21st. On November 22nd, Detective Taylor stated he would not be able to complete the extractions. He doesn't say why. On November 23rd, 2022, I went to the CDA Police Department and picked up the phones. Drove an hour and 40 minutes. Go pick up these phones now. So somebody else took them there. He had to go pick them up on the day before Thanksgiving. I then took them to the Post Falls Police Department and spoke with Detective Neil Urig. Detective Urig informed me his forensic tools would not support a full file system extraction. Then I didn't do anything on the 24th. It was Thanksgiving. On November 25th, I went to the Walla Walla Police Department and spoke to Detective Chris Rucker. Detective Chris Rucker stated her forensic tools would be able to support a full file system extraction on the unlocked devices and would be able to complete limited extraction on Kaylee's locked phone. I left the phones with Detective Rucker to be extracted. On November 28, 2022, Detective Rucker informed me the phone extractions were complete and ready to be picked up. On November 29, 2022, Detective Justin Dean picked up the phones and returned them to the Moscow Police Department. I received the 4 devices and placed them in the secure computer forensic lab. The extracted data was copied to the forensic computers and verified by hash values. An examination of the data will be completed at my earliest convenience. Are you fucking kidding me? On November 29th, you're not at all interested in to find out when the last time those phones that were iPhones took steps, went upstairs? That's not important in your investigation? Well, Detective Mowry, when was your earliest convenience? When did you find the time to look at this? That would, geez, we're trying to figure out what time everybody was, I don't know, murdered. So nobody cared. Nobody cared to find what time, I don't know, Xana's phone stopped making any movements. What time Ethan's, what time Maddie's, and what time Kaylee's. That just wasn't important. So the earliest that they could have ever looked at the data that was extracted from these cell phones was 11/29. I mean, I don't know. Dylan and Bethany, they didn't call 911 for 9 hours. They told you a story, and this would be a very strong point to, I don't know, corroborate that this happened when they say that it happened. Huh. Nothing to see here. Now, 2 days after, so let's all think back again. None of the roommates say anything about DoorDash. They've went through the house. They're doing this trial run of the killing on November 21st. Meanwhile, they don't have anything to do with the victims' phones or nothing, but we need to see how quickly this can be done. Okay. Well, and on November 22nd, the day after they do their trial run of the killing, November 22nd, Lawrence Mowry applied for and was granted a pen warrant for any data associated with the phone number blank, which was linked to a possible witness, Molly McMichaels. Why would you say that she's a possible witness? Did you talk to her at that point before November 21st to use the word possible witness? You guys, they all knew the name Molly McMichael. So Lawrence Mowry writing this up as soon as the name on the 20th came back to the subscriber information. Holy shit, Molly McMichaels. Oh my God, she was there. Now, let's go back to Dean. Dean's the drug cop detective. When was Dean asked to look into the drugs? There it is, Justin Dean. 11/21. Fucking A, bitches. Ow! Now that's fucking pretty sick. That's a bomb right there. On November 21st. So they get the name back, Molly McMichael, on November 20th. Here is Justin Dean on November 21st, 2022 at approximately 11:57 a.m. I was asked by Captain Tyson Barrett to follow up on a possible lead in the 1122 King Road homicide case. I was told a Mexican drug dealer with the moniker Blank was possibly selling drugs to several fraternities and sororities on the University of Idaho campus. So the day after they find out the Molly name, Justin Dean, go and check this Mexican drug dealer. Say it ain't so. Ah, shit. Well. Then, the day after Justin Dean does that, November 22nd, they decide, you know what? We are going to fucking... We're going to go get a pen warrant for any data associated with the phone number Blank, Molly's. Nick Balance with the Federal Bureau of Investigations assisted in the production and service of the warrant. On November 22nd at approximately 8:26 p.m., the warrant was served via fax and emailed to, on November 22nd, 2022, Nick Balance received notice, same day, received notice that the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. The data files were downloaded to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow Police Department. The pen register trap and trace data were terminated on November 30th, 2022. Literally the day after you got the devices back on November 29th. Of all the victims. McMichaels was subsequently identified, located, and interviewed as a witness by Corporal Brett Payne. Whoa! Perfect job for Molly DoorDasher. Yeah. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to the Latell County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. So, why wouldn't, when you met with Molly, you're going to sit here and tell me that you did not get a warrant to get a Molly's phone? You're going to tell me that one of these phones, like Molly's phone, better have been seized during that interview? Let's take a look. See. Let's see what came into evidence here on 11/23. 11/23. A buccal swab from the last name P. Blood swab. DNA. Swab. JBL speaker. UE speaker, portable speaker. Fucking A. Celebrate. USB was on 12/6. Interesting. On 12/6, the same day that he writes this stupid report up about Molly. as this was the originating email address associated with documents. What happened? What happened to the second number? Prince on 12/6. M is the last name, and it's long enough. It looks like McMichael. So you got McMichael's Prince that you put into evidence on 12/6. There was a Cellbrite USB put in on 12/6. And then an H2O bottle exceeds. Oh, so that's how you got her DNA. You took she was drinking out of a water bottle. Somebody was drinking out of an H2O water bottle, a Cellbrite USB, a Prince, it says M, all on 12/6. That's the same date as this report was written. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office. I also emailed a copy. Nobody was talking about any. What else was written on the 6th? Fucking idiots. What a horrible investigation. What a horrible investigation. You guys, because why I can say that is because none of this led to Brian Culver. That's why it's a horrible investigation. An absolute horrible investigation. What led to Brian Culver was Othram and whatever they did over there. None of this led to anything or anyone. What an absolute horrible investigation. Yeah, you can either think it was done on purpose, like deliberately like this, or, or corruption. Joke. Marathon, 5 hours and 43 minutes. Look out. I'm going to be rounding it out here at 6 p.m. because tonight at 9, I'm going over the new stuff. But I promise you guys a marathon. But when you actually go back and you look at this stuff now, after seeing and hearing for all the stuff that when these first came out, these reports, and when you go back and you actually, dude, what are they doing? What are they doing? They're not entering anything into evidence. Okay. I could sit here and just read this shit all day and just be like, wow. Yeah. This was really leading to somebody. Big bombshell there, though. Maybe I'll clip that part, but go back and check it. Justin. Thank you. Jeremy gives me the creeps. Jeremy, though, is not the guy that was walking his dog that saw the front door open from 9 to 11. It actually belongs to a different witness. I mean, I think I put out a couple different bombs here today that Detective Mowry is just making shit up. Okay, he is making stuff up that Aaron Morris didn't do dick like that. Then here this whole time we thought that just Jeremy Reagan was what saw the door open. That did not happen. It was actually a guy, Justin N, and Justin N was on Ann Taylor's witness list. No following up with the fact that, wow, was he seen on 1112 camera to show that, yep, oh my God, he did. He walked his dog, then he came back, and this guy has no reason to call up, say, hey, just want to let you guys know that when I walked my dog, the door was wide open. Both on my way to walk, like when I first left and then came back. So, and it was an hour that I went and walked. So, wow. And that would mean, wow. Also, I pointed out the fact that if Emily saw the knife on the top of the stairs, that means Hunter couldn't have had the knife in his hand, right? Which is a problem because Hunter said he went back into the room to try to see if anybody was in the closet. Because when Emily's saying when she walked up and was going and walking towards the room, Hunter came out and was like, because he was like right at the room, right in the room. No, you don't want to see any of this. He would have had the knife in his hand, which meant that Emily couldn't have seen it when she's walking up the stairs at the top, when she witnesses the knife there. So I know that one of my mods, Mike Drop-In, is going to be loving the fact that I found a huge blunder in Hunter Johnson's story because Emily basically blew that up. Unless you want to put another knife, okay, in someone's hands. But if Emily sees the knife on the ground when she's coming over, which I believe, I'm telling you, Emily did not go over that house until that time. Emily, what she's saying is blowing up Dylan's stories, okay? Yes, Emily said it was on the floor. And it can't be, and it was on the floor. I believe Emily. We also know that it wasn't on the table because the cop, his body worn camera shows that it wasn't on the table. And then somehow it then ends up there. And it's like, did the knife that was actually on the ground, did that somehow get taken up out of the house? Because it was brought in? Like, was there it's wild. But the more interviews that they actually have to reveal, not these notes, are going to be, they're going to paint a totally different picture. Is Dog Walker guy the same as the panty finding guy? If so, where is info about panties? Even guy on body cam canvas says there were panties. I showed the panties the other day. They're definitely there, but I don't think that's the same guy. This guy called in. This guy left a tip. This guy called in and said, I was walking my dog. I live over there. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this. I'm just making you guys aware. But from, not sure if it's important, not sure if you already know this, but the time that it took me to leave my house, walk my dog for an hour and come back, that front door was wide open. And then when I came back, even it was still wide open, which when Hunter says that he had to punch in the key code to get into the house, not saying he's lying about that, but somebody would have had to close that door between 10, 11 o'clock and noon. So
necessarily as scared because the cops said that it seems like a targeted, isolated incident, and I sort of believe that based on the fact that 2 of the people in the house were unharmed. But yeah, obviously anyone that can just go out and kill 4 people is a danger to the community. And I sort of mentioned in the last interview I did that I hope that he's caught, preferably before I get back from Thanksgiving break.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely just an uneasy feeling being around there.
We're all looking for more information to figure out who did this. Jeremy Reagan, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Yeah, thank you.
okay, thanks, Jeremy.
The unthinkable. 4 students found dead on Sunday right next to the University of Idaho. Neighbors are still in shock, now taking new measures to protect themselves.
Now carry a weapon on me. I used to do that before I moved to Moscow, thought it was super safe, stopped, and then this happened, and so at least if and until they find who did it, I'm going to continue carrying a weapon on me again.
Police searched the area inside and outside 1122 Queen Road on Monday. Law enforcement is still looking for evidence and a suspect, releasing little information.
There's my girl, Ashley Jennings, right there. Give her a little Bill Thompson.
Has those in the area asking
Chief Fry.
questions.
Until we have the details of sort of what the caused the police to think it was a homicide, then I'm still not entirely sure about it. Really small town feel.
What is he talking about? You're not entirely sure that what? About what?
Lots of hills, but it seems like a really close. Entirely sure about it.
How many times has he interviewed? He has the black shirt on there, then he's in his purple with his.
Well, my professors and stuff that are from here, they've seemed like they've been here for a decade or longer, and they seem to know just about everybody. So I would say it's a fairly small community, even though there's roughly 20 to 25,000 people here. The officer that came by door to door, he asked if we had any sort of surveillance or if we knew about any other cameras or anything in the area. Sadly, this is an apartment building, and I'm assuming it's relatively old, so there was nothing. Luckily, the apartment sent out an email a couple days ago saying they're adding new lights, which there is a new light up there. They're going to work on installing cameras just so that if anything like this were to happen again, there's a better chance of getting footage of who did it. It seems like everyone that has been here for a while is just devastated by it.
Thank you, Jeremy. Jeremy. All right, guys, we'll see you on the next one. Thank you so much. Peace out. Jeremy.